Just making some tea. Okay. There we go. Guess I forgot to remute. Hope I didn't make any weird sounds. Anyway. Here we go. Now we... Oh, let me actually hide my own name. No reason for that to be there. And my pet also. Nothing. Display name on my pets, never. Wolf pot, fuck you! Companions, pets. Supposed to be hidden. Why is this so small? Did I have this set to that? No. I'm very confused. No, that's normal. Why did it look so small? Maybe I'm just retarded. Anyway. Display name. Pets. Okay, so you're not a pet. What are you then? Companion? No, that's my chocobo. Minions, there. Bye-bye. And targeted, sure, why not? Alright. Forgot to attune there. From a small number of squads 2 days ago. Do more. Like, unironically, do more. Even if it's not as many as you did. It kind of makes it better. Just doing a little bit and like getting them warmed up again. It's the same with running, for me at least. Now we do the magic lantern, and then we are pretty much caught up. Where we left off. Actually, I wanted to use the headset here. So I can have decent volume without it getting picked up. Because I want to enjoy the new music. And the voice acting and everything. I hope you didn't have trouble finding this place, or climbing the hill. Not all are accustomed to the physical strain. I give you the fruit of our sweat, tears, and many a sleepless night, the drunken Deepa. A Deepa is a lantern presented to the gods as an offering. Taking inspiration from the tradition, we created this device to test the talisman's efficiency. Upon activation, it will move a certain distance before emitting a powerful blast of ether. In lieu of corruption, those lacking sufficient protection will experience severe ether sickness. For your test, you will be exposed 4 times. That should be enough to ascertain your blessing's protective capability. Please begin whenever you're ready. I shall be observing from a safe distance. Commencing etheric exposure testing. Repeat, commencing etheric exposure testing. Retreat to a safe distance if you are not the subject. Yum! You are struck by a powerful blow of ether. Subject has no irrepressible urge to empty their stomach. Confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow. Come on. Boom. Discharging ether. You are struck by another powerful blast of ether, but suffer no ill effects. Subject's stomach and bowel integrity holding. Confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow. You are struck by yet another powerful blast of ether, but suffer no ill effects. The blessing of light appears to be keeping you safe from harm. Subject fortitude rated. Impressive. No irregularities confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow and brace for final discharge. Warning. Discharging ether. You are struck by the strongest blast of ether yet, but survive completely unscathed. Etheric exposure testing concluded. Please collect and deliver me to the supervising alchemist. Congratulations on retaining your composure and your humors. Ah, you've returned, and not on your knees. A promising sign, but come, let me take the Deepa off your hands. Thank you, I shall replenish its ether for when we test the talisman. So no...
Now my apple!
I got my apple back. So, no dizziness or nausea or anything of the sort. You're feeling perfectly fine? Then the strength of your blessing is beyond doubt. There is no risk that the tower will corrupt your ether. With this, we can request your aid for the task ahead, and with easy hearts. You're a capable warrior too, are you not? Would you be amenable to assisting me with another errand? You see, our talisman requires the use of a special ink. We have exhausted our stores of a key ingredient for it, spiritweed. The herb grows not far from here, and I would like to go and harvest some. With the recent spate of kidnappings, however, we are our Casadara travel alone at our peril. Will you not come with me as my escort? I would compensate you for your troubles, of course. Leave it to me. I am in your debt. Without further ado, let us head to Kajaya's footsteps. It is situated on the road which runs east of the Great Work. But first, let's go and actually attune to this etherite. Forgot to do it this time as well. Well, I didn't actually run into the town. This is... Yeah. This is the exact armor that Grindan has, I think. Hello, Despis. How's it going? Shalom Aleichem, Martin. Indeed. I may simply be imagining it, but I feel as though we're being followed. Huh, look out, Cashew! Fuck. Oops, wrong button. Gods, but that gave me a fright. To think that the moment I ventured outside the safety of the work. Thank the sisters I asked you to come with me. You're alright, I hope? Good, good. Let's continue on then. It isn't far now, just through these pillars and up the rise. And here we are. Kajaya's footsteps. Kajaya was a great dancer, and those who followed in her, well, you know, they came to this place to train and dedicate their dance to their ancestors. A happy benefit of this is that spiritweed grows here in abundance. I will set about harvesting it once, if you would be so good as to stand guard. The kidnappers aren't like to return soon, but better safe than sorry.
Yes, that would be Radzad Khan. Hardly anyone has been allowed in or out since our troubles with the tower began. The faithful citizens huddle inside the city walls, and commerce has all but ground to a standstill. I pity the satrap, the trials he must be facing.
What can you tell me of the satrap?
Well, he is the most important person in Radzad Khan. Long ago, this island was home to two tribes of Matanga, the Gajasura and the Arkasodra. When the Aura came to these shores, it was the Arkasodra with whom they joined forces. Together they defeated the warlike Gajasura, forcing them to flee Thavnair altogether. Peace and prosperity reigned for a time, until a clan of Hjor from the mainland decided they wanted the island for themselves.
Are you happy now? No more British.
It was a direct ancestor of the present satrap who arbitrated that conflict and welded the warring factions into the nation we know today. And ever since, a member of that esteemed lineage has inherited this somewhat unique position. You see, by and large, the state is run by the people. But when problems arise, it is the satrap who mediates a solution. The stability provided by the satrap is what has allowed Radzad Khan to thrive all these years.
Yes, this is Endwalker. Why wouldn't she have an Indian accent?
And it was the satrap himself who entrusted us with this duty.
What other
We
accent
will
would
not
she
fail
have?
him, nor our countrymen.
Maybe she'd talk like an American.
What is the delay,
African? What?
vessel? I told you I need to adjust those ratios.
There are elephants in India as well.
I come all this way to admire one of my splendid towers, and what do I find? Fools attempting to ward off its tempering influence with magic trinkets. I seem to recall a similar experiment in ages past. What was that man's name? Oh, something? Owen? Another body, another time. Who could be expected to remember every trivial detail?
Allowing them to construct such handy talismans would be counterproductive to my plans. And yet, I find myself deathly curious. How will they manage this feat with the limited knowledge and resources at their disposal? Complications be damned, for we cannot escape the nature of our souls. And I, as ever, am my own worst enemy.
At least they finally changed his voice actor. He still had the... When he was still the Japanese guy. Asahi. His voice actor was super annoying. They finally changed it there. And Daniel is possessing his body. Asahi is dead. So they were still using his voice actor, but now they transitioned it to Fandaniel's real voice. I have enough spirit weed to last us a good while. Thank you for keeping watch. Let us head back to the great work, shall we? I was gonna say, should I switch a minion? But honestly, the dog is pretty good. Doggy, hey. I'll pet him. Ah! Don't know what else I have. Chocobos. Cactuars. Pearl Kitten. Squid Tentacle. Who's Edda? Where's that from? Edda Black Bosom. Oh! Right. In the beginning, she's one. There's like a three-man. No, there's a 4-man adventurer squad. And the first time you see them, they're all yelling at the healer for letting the tank die. And he like literally dies. And after that, there's a bunch of little random cutscenes with them. And you don't really know, unless you pay attention, that it's the same people. And she keeps like going through shit after she let the tank die. Until eventually she digs up the tank's corpse, resurrects him as a zombie, and then she's going to hold a wedding to marry him, and she's invited her former friends, and that is the Tamtara Deepcroft Hard Dungeon, where you go and kill her for marrying the corpse. That's who that was. No, the dog is the best pet I have. I have the Pelican. I can play Monster Hunter in this game. Alright. Maybe now we can go and grab this. But if I jump down here, we're gonna die. Not because of the falling damage, but I can't jump down here. Otherwise it says to the north. Can we jump down nowhere here? This is bullshit. Let me down! Let me down, damn it! Cashew, my thanks again for your assistance. With your help, we're that little bit closer to completing our talisman. This isn't much, but please accept it as a token of my gratitude. If you will excuse me, I shall return to my work on the talisman. Ah, you're both back. Excellent. I have a message for you, Mistress Nidhana. It would seem the stores of Giant Skull are running low. What? But when last I looked, there was still plenty. I suspected that was before Urion J told everyone about their tempering cure. and Estinian shared his knowledge of dragons. Your peers have since been inspired to fashion a number of new talisman prototypes. I see. Well, if it leads to new possibilities, then far be it from me to complain, but we still need to replenish our stores. I should be happy to tend to this if you like. As much as I appreciate the offer, my dear boy, I can't in good conscience send you out there alone while kidnappers are at large. Robin, loath though I am to press another task on you so soon, might I ask that you fetch the Giant Skull? In case you're not familiar, Giant Skull is a type of ore found on the island. Owing to its hardness and ethereal conductivity, it has applications in many disciplines, alchemy not least of all. The quarry where it's found, aptly named Giant Skull Grounds, isn't far away, so it shouldn't take much of your time. May we impose on you once more? I don't have a choice! Thank you. Upon arriving at the grounds, please seek out a man named Zainuha. He will furnish you with the ore. At the very least, permit me to accompany you. It so happens I have an errand of my own that will take me to the outpost nearby. May we borrow a pair of Hamsa, Mistress Nidhana? By all means, do try to be patient with them. Those that survived are still in training. I will bring the Hamsa to the entrance. Meet me there when you are ready. Don't think I remembered to make a tweet. But yeah, that thing with the Edda character where you like see them from the beginning of the game and then it like develops into something more. I think that's actually really good writing. Like it's not actually that deep, but it makes it feel like there are other parts of the world that are like actually alive, where you can see how things change. There are people and things that actually happen to them, etc., etc. Here are our Hamsa. Robin, if the creatures look familiar, it's because they are close kin to your Eorzean dodos. Hamsa have long been kept as livestock in Thamnir, and many a hatchery may be found here. Alas, the largest of these was recently raised by monsters from the tower. On account of said hatchery being situated near the tower, the Radiant Host repurposed its remnants as an outpost. That is where my errand takes me, and your own destination is but a stone's throw away. If you have no objections, let us first make for the outpost. We set forth at your word. You are ready? Then let us depart. You need only ride and relax. My bird and I will take the lead, for yours to follow. Let's go! Whoa, shit! This looks super uncomfortable. Let us be off. If you haven't ridden dodos before, be warned that they have a wobbling gait. Yeah, I can tell. That spectacular formation stretching out over the water is called Khadga, a word which means sword. This sword, legend holds, was wielded by the Manusya against the Mrga before it was cast down at conflict's end. To the left, and requiring no introduction, is the tower. As you can see, it straddles a small isle. And I'm still weirded out, like how they appeared. They just came out of nowhere. Almost there. Though the main part of the hatchery is atop the cliff, the outpost itself is on the beach. More like a cow tastes. I would imagine more like turkey or something. Honestly, like turkey versus chicken. Isn't turkey like literally just bland chicken? Like that's what it tastes like. I've only had turkey once and many years ago. Yeah, I've only had it as like on a sandwich when you buy the slices in the store. And here we are. Manned by the Radiant host, this outpost is our first line of defense against the tower. Well, well, who should it be but young Varshan, on an errand for the satrap? I am. His Excellency bade me come to collect your report. He also wished to express his heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women of the Radiant host for their unflagging dedication. We simply do our duty, but we are honored to receive His Excellence's regard. And yet, for his boundless benevolence, his treatment of one so young could be regarded as callous. Though we have enjoyed relative peace and calm these past few days, it remains the front line of battle, no place for children. Your predecessor too often traveled alone. It's been, what, 2 years now since you took over? I wonder how the fellow is faring. Like those before him, he went on to represent the satrap in foreign lands. But wherever he may be now, I am certain he is well. As for myself, I assure you that all I do of my own volition, and gladly. I pray you do not think ill of His Excellency. Certainly not, lad. Whatever happens, my faith in the satrap is unwavering, but I still worry for you. We would be overcome with sadness if something were to befall you, for you are as a little brother to us all. Take care, do you hear? I will, Nabdeen. Thank you. And who might this be? Not Hanish by the look of him. Permit me to introduce Robin Tia of the Eorzean contingent, come to assist in the making of the talisman. From Eorzea, you say? Towers have appeared over there too, yes? Tell me, what is the situation like? May I suggest that you exchange information with our soldiers? Both parties would stand to learn something of value, I believe. An excellent idea. Given the unprecedented nature of the threat, some of ours are understandably anxious. We would be glad for any tidings you can share. You two, bring Varshan the latest report and answer any questions he may have. Radiant Beastkeeper. The last monster that came out of that tower laid waste to the hatchery, slaughtering many good Hamza. The poor creatures didn't deserve it. I agree, dude. It occurs to me I have yet to properly introduce our company. We are the Radiant Host, a military order under the satrap's command. Our duty is to preserve peace in the land, be it patrolling the streets or dealing with heretofore unknown threats as now. We train hard and admit only capable warriors to our ranks. Even so, we have struggled to contend with the fiends from the tower. Though we succeed in striking them down on the 2 occasions they came in force, we had to pay a heavy price. What of the towers in Eorzea? Do they likewise spawn monsters? They do, yes. So it's much the same everywhere. With every nation struggling, we cannot expect calls for outside aid to be answered. You wish to know about the tower. To be honest, we know little and less about it ourselves. This Tower of Zod, as folk have taken to calling it, suddenly appeared where it did on the Isle of Narunair. We're safe from its influence at this distance, but go too far into the water and you'll expose yourself to its corrupting ether. You're a foreigner, aren't you? How are they dealing with the tower in your homeland? I have no idea. Our struggles are not unique. Then our hopes still lie with the talismans. We must keep the monsters contained until they're ready. Ah, I've heard about you. The visitor from Eorzea. Is there anything you can tell us about the Telophon? We know that they're the ones behind the tower, and that they've declared war on the whole world. But why are they doing this? What is it that they want? This we don't understand. I don't know. What? They want to die and take everyone with them? What madness is this? Well, you can bet that we won't let those bastards have their way. We'll fight them with everything we have, like our Eorzean and Far Eastern brothers. Finished speaking with the soldiers, have you? I hope it was as enlightening for you as it was for them. As a neutral nation and trading hub both, Radsat Han ordinarily receives a steady stream of news from abroad. Alas, this stream dried up when trading vessels stopped coming. Amidst the dearth of information, everyone will have been grateful for your account. But come, you had best see to your original errand, as mine will keep me here a while longer. However, I'm afraid I cannot guide you the rest of the way. Worry not, the path is straightforward. You need but follow the road east. Upon the Hamsa you will arrive before you know it. Brief though it was, I enjoyed our time together. Till we meet again. Where's my Hamsa? Is there anything nearby? To the east. Is it always on top of shit? How do we even get up there? This way. The north. But at least they let me jump down there. Though the Hamsa appears to want to return home, it reluctantly offers you its back. Should you become separated from your steed, speak with the Radiant Beastkeeper at the Hamsa hatchery to mount it again. Over there? Yeah. Why do... they know I have a chocobo, right? This is the wrong direction. Just wanted to explore that strip over there. No, leave me alone! No, don't go in there! Leave me alone! No, no, no. Ah. I desperately do not want this dodo. Ah! Sorry, it's a hamster, it's not a dodo. But I have to ride this dodo here. Apparently. No sooner do you arrive at your destination than the hamster dashes off. Aye, this is indeed the Giant Skull grounds, and I am Zeynuha. Is there something you require? Giant Skull for the alchemists, you say? But of course they shall have it. They labor tirelessly to deal with the tower, and 'tis the least we can do to provide them with the materials they need. There, I see it over there. Here you are, a sack of the purest Giant Skull. We always set some aside for our alchemist friends. When you deliver it, let the good folk of the great work know that we are grateful for their efforts. If they need more, they need but to ask. Now, how do we get there? Seems easy. "300 yawns to the southeast. Can you dive here? Oh. Let's see if this is something we can actually grab before we teleport back. It's probably on the other side again, but might as well take a look. To the south. God damn it. Well, whatever then. Focus on their eyes, not their bellies. Ah, welcome back, Cashew. There I hope you have the Giant Skull. Oh my, such fine specimens. Thank you so much for bringing these. We now have everything we need to make our next prototype, one that should be capable of passing our most rigorous tests. When it is ready, it will be time for the true test, so please take your ease while you can.
I see our taskmasters have allowed you a moment's respite as well. You have to hand it to these alchemists. They are determined to see this endeavor of theirs succeed. I've never been one for blind optimism, but I sincerely get the sense they're close to a breakthrough.
They had better be, or all this effort was for naught.
The peoples of Eorzea, of the Far East, of Thavner, children of this star united in common cause against a dire threat. Yet ere they succumbed to suicidal madness, were not the Telophoroi born of her body as were we? They who cling to life and the promise of the morrow's dawn, against they who desire death and an ending of their own orchestration. The victors of this war alone will hold the right to answer the question of existence, of its meaning, and its worth.
Poetic and ominous to a fault. That said, if it's an existential debate in nature, then our arguments might not be as persuasive as you'd think. Fandaniel wants to die and take everyone with him in an orgy of pain and suffering. An utterly vile and unforgivable idea. And yet, when spat upon by fate and wailing in the deepest pit of despair, who among us can say they have not entertained similar thoughts? There are nights black as pitch, bereft of hope, and no words of comfort can reach you. And it's all you can do to grit your teeth and choke back the bile.
Word, mate.
The more you see and suffer life's injustices, the more difficult they become to bear. Vengeance is nurtured in similar soil. Though your anger has a broader focus, the sentiment is much the same. A fervent desire to destroy others, to see them drown in torment, as you have.
That about sums it up. The will to endure is not always as strong as the urge to burn it all down and salt the earth. Survival be damned. It's a struggle, often close and brutal.
Salting the earth doesn't actually do anything.
Indeed. Well, I, for one, shall pray survival proveth more appealing in the end.
As will I. Besides, our chances are much improved when we've the company of others committed to the cause of life. Our vengeful dragoon here is proof of that. What is it? What did you see? Fandaniel, are you sure? If he knows we've been working on a countermeasure.
It holds. The vessel holds! This is the one!
At long last!
All he needs to do is to throw a fireball there in the middle. That's how you solve D&D problems.
We have finally created a talisman strong enough to withstand our experiments. We've named it a warding scale for the time being. With this in your possession, your soul should be completely shielded from corruptive ether.
Afforded such protection, any one of us may approach the towers without fear. Thou hast mine admiration. 'Tis an invention of historical significance.
I thank you for your kind words. But I would prefer you keep them unsaid until we test the talisman's efficacy in the field. It is for the next stage of our plan that we summoned you in the first place, to accompany me to the Tower of Zot. Should the scale prove effective, as I very much hope it will, then you'll have little to do. But should the effect be weaker than anticipated, I must ask that you restrain me, or knock me senseless.
Kill you. Oh, you needn't ask. Let's hope it doesn't come to that.
Either way, we are fortunate to have you with us.
Nidana, are you certain you wish to do this?
If others are to trust our creations, then we must have faith in them first. And as the senior researcher, it falls to me to lead by example. But should I fail to return, then learn what you can from this attempt and apply it to the next. Our work must continue. Is that clear?
Apple.
We'll keep an eye on the place while you're away. Assuming Fandaniel is lurking about, there's no telling what mischief he has in mind for us, or you. Be on your guard.
Shall we be on our way? I'll have one of the soldiers at the hatchery prepare us a boat, and we can set out from the northern shore. I'll see you there.
Is this to unlock the thing? Yes. Do you have a moment, adventurer? One of my colleagues has gone missing. She said she was going to Kajaya's footsteps to get a bit of exercise, but she hasn't come back. I'd go search for her, but it's almost time for a shift change. And I can't very well leave the kiln to operate itself. Could you find her and fetch can you find her and fetch her for me? You're too kind. She should be in Kajaya's footsteps. Keep an eye out for a Hur with black hair. I'm sure she'll be happy to see you. She was out the last time you were here. She was out the last time you were by, and she was devastated that she missed out on the chance to meet one of the students of Baldesia. Alright. Do that first. There's it's a side quest that gives you an ether current attunement when you finish it. So it's just like finding one of those green balls. You have to get all of them. To unlock flying. Apparently it was bugged. They couldn't fly even when they unlocked all of it. In certain zones. It's a peacock. What do you mean I need to get back to work? Oh, have I really been out that long? I should really go. But I was hoping to get a better look at the stage before I left. I'm sure you're busy, but could you assist me for a moment? Thank you. I'll inspect the walls, so could you make sure the stage is in order? Peacock. And dancers. Some of the paint is worn off. It could use a fresh coat. The cloth wavers exquisitely in the wind. No problems here. This looks deadly. Like you can't dance here. The fuck? This is super dangerous. There's a small hole in the floor. That can't be good. Well, as long as you stay on this circle, like, sure. But like doing anything over here? Like, are you serious? Whoa! Not like there's fall damage though. Any problems? The floor and the paint. I'll have to fix them the next time I come by. Thank you for checking. You know, it seems odd that I've never met you until now. You wouldn't happen to be the adventurer sent by the students of Baldessian, would you? You are! And here I was delegating you menial tasks. If I had known, I've always admired travelers like you. You see, I was studying to be a dancer under Mistress Nashmera at one time. I wanted to see the realm as I traveled for performances. And maybe I still can. Not as a dancer, of course, but as an alchemist. Oh, but we should hurry back to the great work. I don't want to cause any more trouble than I already have. Ah, there you are. I heard you helped my colleague with her stage inspection while you were out. It's greatly appreciated. She really looks up to your kind, you know. She lost her chance to become a dancer due to an unfortunate injury, and now she's working to heal the sick and injured as an alchemist. She was so happy to meet you, as am I. Here, a token of our thanks. Unfortunately, we should do one of these. Because we need the XP. We're only level 81. When are they gonna fix that? Like, why do you have to re-enable Shield Oath every single time? It makes no sense. This is just normal Wanderer's Palace. Cool. Where's the last one? It was over there somewhere there. Oh, we're gonna keep going. At least I think we can pull this much, like I'm not sure. I missed two. So I just have to bring him to me. This guy's not stunnable. Some low-level bosses are stunnable, it's fun. Oh, why did I sprint? Well, whatever. Hello there, big lad. Let's see. It's over this way, I think. It's a big guy over there. Is it open? Oh, so we found more. Hey. I don't know if those big black conberries did more damage before, but now you just got completely normal. And they're just standing there whacking on you the entire time, it doesn't matter. What's up, Avarwa? An enemy appears. It's also not stunnable. DPS, you silly healer! You did it before. Do it now too. Good. Good. That book looks kind of nice. Phew! Oh, someone else stole it. I'm basically looking for a book that looks like a normal book. Let's do another right away. Let's wait with the leveling one until we've done the first dungeon. That way it's unlocked for the leveling. If we're lucky, we'll get that there. An 8-man trial? Oh, how lucky for me.
Prepare for judgment! This will be a mercy.
Apparently I got the aggro. The other guy didn't have the stance on. Honestly, I kind of like this fight the most in Endwalker. Like the Hades is cool too, or in Shadowbringers. But this part felt like the ending to me. It was really nice.
The light surges within me.
He is much cooler than Warrior of Light as well. I mean, they're basically the same. But
This is the passion of my ascension. Very well, very well. I shall embrace this trial.
the music is much hyper here as well.
Atone with your life!
His fucking voice, though. One commendation? How dare you? This is a rather finer boat than I had expected, but I won't complain. All that remains is to board and be on our way. Oh, and if I should become corrupted, do not stay your hand. Of course, I pray it does not come to that, but you must protect yourself. Other alchemists can fulfill my role, but you and your blessing are one of a kind, and perhaps our only hope of toppling this tower. For all our sakes, do not hesitate to do what must be done, whatever that may be. Well, the longer I draw this out, the more nervous I become. Let's be off.
We should soon cross the threshold of the tower's influence. Any moment now. It's working! And you are still yourself? Then I'd like to see how it fares closer to the tower if we could. So far, so good. The scale's protection appears to be holding. If we can just make it to the tower's entrance. A few more steps. Praise be to the sisters, we made it! And the scale has proven itself to be everything we hoped it would be. Now we can focus on production. Once we've equipped and returned with an entire survey team, this menace will soon give up its secrets. What?
Oh! No, not my elephant, babe! Give back my elephant! Again, there are always more victims than there are, like, people in the entire world. Like, where did you find this many elephants?
Oh, let me go! Oh, let me go! Oh.
They're like 4 elephants.
Oh, do calm down. You'll only hurt yourself thrashing about like that.
Stop! do this! Please!
A little late for heroics, I'm afraid. The similarities are striking. My! Such hostility! Never before has my artistry so displeased. My patrons of old would have positively squealed in delight, though, between you and me, I find gushing praise exhausting.
What are you talking about?
Allow me to tell you a story. Surely you've yet to hear the one about Van Daniel, the sundered Ascian. I inherited the position and the soul of the Van Daniel who sat on the convocation in the time of the final days, theoretically speaking. Practically speaking, that fact is of no consequence. I was born and lived as, well, me. Eventually, I was recruited into the Ascians and imbued with the former Van Daniel's knowledge and memories, but I never felt that they were truly a part of who I am. How to explain? Perhaps if I told you who I was before my Ascian embrace, although that chapter too is a past I've long since discarded. I have it on good authority you've poked your nose into an Allegan ruin or two. Yes? Then I expect you've heard of me. The old me.
At your service.
Oh.
Imagine a nation of unbridled prosperity. Every need met, day after day of unbroken, unshakable peace. Existence fulfilled and ripe for decay.
You are a genius without peer, Amon. However do you conceive of such delightful experiments? That fool was beside himself with panic when he awoke with the head of a bull. Even his cries for help emerged as so much guttural lowing. Oh, the memory of it. My poor sides. My friends and I were so consumed by laughter we struggled to breathe.
Very funny prank, dude.
No more than entertainment for bored wastrels ignorant of its worth. My all-consuming work. But it was not their only indulgence. For they were ever hungry for stimulation. Slaves to the slightest hint that amusement was afoot. Our nation was ailing, but I would see the poison purged. I resurrected a legend, our first and greatest emperor. And just as I had planned, He set our wayward empire back on the path of conquest. An inexhaustible ambition carried us onwards, always onwards. Yet, he who delivered to us such glory was not to be satisfied.
Heed me, Armon. No matter how vast one's empire, or full one's treasure vault, all is rendered meaningless by death. In the end, all is lost.
You know as well as I that the Emperor stands to lose this war, and so I have come to claim you. For while your methods leave something to be desired, we cannot deny the results of your work. And as fortune would have it, the seat of Fandaniel, your rightful seat, lies vacant and waiting. Take your place amongst your peers, rather than die a pointless death amidst the ashes of your doomed nation. Send one of your clones to the Crystal Tower that you might see for yourself. See what lies ahead.
The fall of the Empire affirmed the truth. Majestic and tragic, as the Emperor foresaw. Scheme as you like, build as you will, nothing endures. What is life but a brief jaunt ending in emptiness?
So easily distracted. Why, I almost left without saying farewell. As for your friend, you need
Monkey.
These pawns are far more useful to me alive as fuel for the primals. If you attempt to pull them free, they will die. So, enjoy tackling that conundrum with your comrades. We shall meet again! Not in one of these mine spires, oh no, but somewhere more suitably grandiose. Your favorite playmate is ever so eager to see.
Let's see then. Well, does not seem to be. Oh, sorry. They did not get the Bosmer voice actor. Ah, you are returned, but where is Mistress Nidhana? Manusia preserved, just when we had succeeded in making the talisman. I must report this at once. Meanwhile, please return to the great work. Something's gone awry, hasn't it? What happened? So it was Fandaniel after all. Damn that bastard. I'm sure you wanted to do more, but you were right to return here first. We must tread warily lest we endanger Nidhana and the other captives. First, we must inform everyone of the situation, Nidhana's colleagues included. I'll call them together for a gathering, but I think it would be best if you were the one to explain. Oh, Nidhana, sob! Can you answer me this? Though Nidhana is trapped in the tower, she's still alive, yes? Yes. Then we must make warding scales, as many as we can. The prototype works perfectly. This Nidhana proved at peril to herself. So let us make more scales, that she and all those who were taken might be saved. Aye, as alchemists, this is how we help win the fight. My friends, the satrap has been made aware of the tragedy. He offers his heartfelt condolences and reiterates his pledge to provide you with all that you require. To that end, he bade me give you this link pearl, that he might personally discuss the production of the warding scales with you. And for our Eorzean visitors, I bear an invitation. In her report, Mistress Nidhana noted your vital contributions to the talisman's creation. The fact came to the satrap's attention, and in recognition of your deeds, he wishes to meet you. In addition to thanking you in person, he would also discuss further ventures, or further avenues of collaboration. And so, if it's agreeable, will you not accompany me to Ransat Han for an audience with His Excellency? Should be honored, of course. Closer cooperation between our lands can only be to the benefit of all. Then it is settled. Please come to the gates east of the Giant Squall grounds, and I will show you into the city. And now, we run 4 million miles. Whew. I need to open my window. And I also need to blow my nose. Europeans donate their blood freely like a cuck? I would never. Can you sell your platelets, white blood cells, red blood cells in your local hospital, or is it just an American thing? Well, I don't know. The American healthcare system is literally the most corrupt in the entire world, so... I doubt they would buy here. At least not here. I mean, you can't just say Europe. Like, Europe and the US, like, they're not comparable. We have countries. You have a country. Europe is not a country. All present? Then let us proceed. Owing to the threat of the tower, the city is currently in a state of high alert, and strict restrictions are in place for entry. Though you have been granted special permission, I ask that you remain close to me at all times.
A vast rock squats upon Favnir, and to its stony surface clings the city of Rods at Han. Ye who enter here are subject to the scrutiny of gods, the gate's most watchful eye. The orb which beholdeth the truth of all things. Pass beneath its hot and piercing gaze, bearing down like a second midday sun.
I like my blood, thank you very much.
The fragrant haze, a mixture of sweet incense and acrid smoke. The cries of merchants mingled here with lively melodies accented by dancers' feet. Travelers seduced by vivid sound and colors were once swallowed up by patchwork streets. But no such scenes to savor now. To what somber present does that divine eye bear witness?
Here we are. Megaduta.
Megaduta?
It seems a shame to bring you here directly. Under normal circumstances, it would have been my pleasure to show you the sights.
And it would have been our pleasure to see them. Alas, it seems our tour of the city will have to wait.
I'm afraid so. Come, we should head inside. Your Excellency, may I present our honored visitors?
Ah, splendid. Most splendid. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ahawan, satrap of Radzatan. Our alchemists tell me your assistance was invaluable in the creation of the warding scale. Such deeds ought to be recognized in person. Thus did I have young Varshan convey you here forthwith. On behalf of my people, may I express to you our sincere gratitude.
Not everything went to plan.
I assume you speak of Nidana. A regrettable incident indeed. Her colleagues insist that we honor her wishes and trust in the talisman, that it will be instrumental in saving Nidana and the others. I am eager to hear your opinion on the matter, so let us not stand on ceremony. Come, sit.
I think not. This charade has gone on long enough. Show yourself.
Forgive me, but were you expecting musicians, perhaps? There are no performers waiting in the wings at present, but arrangements could be made if you'd prefer.
Nay, he hath the right of it. The time for artifice is past. Raise the curtain.
As you wish.
You travel as assistants to the students of Valdesian, but you are known to me. Even here have we heard of the scions of the Seventh Dawn. I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode.
Could have given him a little couch.
Of the first brood, sibling to Hraesvelga and Nidhogg.
Aye, mine elder brothers, of Midgard's Sorma's spawn, I was last to hatch.
Well, isn't this a surprise? We were told Radzat Han had an alliance with the dragon. Not that a great worm sat in the satrap's own hall.
A necessary subterfuge, as the true tale of our nation history illustrates most effectively. In the beginning, the rock upon which our city is built was home to Vitra, and Vitra alone. In time, the ancestors of the Matanga came to the island and established a foothold. But never did they dare disturb the worm's lair. Next to arrive were the Aura. Adopting the example of their Akasodra allies, they too treated Vitra with reverence and respect. And for many years, an understanding between our forefathers and the Great Worm endured. Until marauding heroes from the mainland came, threatening to shatter our peace and tranquility. When it seemed all would be drowned in blood, Vitra himself came forth and quelled the rising conflict. A peaceful accord was reached, and oaths sworn in Vitra's name. Thus began the dragon's governance of the fledgling state, which was to grow into Radzat Han.
But if Ritra is still here, then your position as satrap is just...
A charade, yes. And one which my family has performed faithfully for generations.
Many envy the great worms their power. Were it known that I ruled here, then the fires of war would burn without end. I would not be the flame which consumeth my people, Those few who joined me in laying our country's foundations were, perforce, sworn to secrecy.
Your eye. It was taken.
"'Tis here, buried within the semblance of flesh. The body before thee is but a simulacrum, constructed by the finest artisans of Razatan. With mine eye nestled within, it doth serve as an inconspicuous vessel for my wing."
That would explain why I felt the presence of a dragon upon our first meeting.
I am woven with wards fashioned to deceive such arcane senses. Though 'twas short-lived, it seemeth thy fusion with my brother hath left thee much altered, Estinian warm blood. From the very first, we sensed the nature of one another, yet did neither one of us bare his fangs. That is all I need know of thee for now.
With my secret thus revealed, I have for you a proposal. Not as a worm of the first brood, but as the ruler of Razatan. With all haste must we take in hand the finished talismans and breach this foul spire. Thence, should it lay within our power, dispel its wicked influence. Yet even with the assurance of the warding scales, the narrow confines of the tower doth limit the size of our force.
And thus denied strength in numbers, thou must choose thy soldiers with care.
Just so. Yet though our radiant host is formidable, I see a surer path before me. Thou and thy comrades have contended with a multitude of primal beings. Most recently, thou didst cast down false gods in Pagalthan and Cartanau, I am told. 'Tis upon that strength I would call. The Scions have proven themselves the most capable, and I ask that you serve as the tip of our spear. Talismans would, of course, be provided for each of thy companions. And should you agree to this undertaking, more will be provided to make use of as you see fit.
There's no denying it's a dangerous proposition, but the rewards may far outweigh the risk. Just think of what we might accomplish if we could equip all our allies with warding scales. I worry, however, that even the four of us may be too few for what you have in mind. Might we regroup with our friends first to discuss the matter?
'Tis no trifling task that I have laid before you. Go. Steel your hearts and hone your plans. Such time as you require shall be spent in crafting your protective charms.
It seems a quick trip back to Sharlayan is in order.
Wilt thou not lend thine aid?
Whether your request be made as a great worm or the ruler of Razatan, I see no reason to refuse, nor will I.
I am in thy debt.
That meeting took a rather unexpected turn, but we now have a clear objective ahead of us. Let us rejoin our comrades in Shala and muster a suitable crew for our foray into the Tower of Salt. Oh, and if you haven't already done so, be sure to attune to the Aetheryte here before departing. Unless, of course, you enjoy violent nausea. Oh, we can't go in there. Actually, we need to do that quest before we go. But first, bathroom. No. Went to the bathroom. But, I don't know. Sitting in my couch or my recliner, it's kind of hurting my ass. My ass can't breathe. It's leather. Why would I buy a bike? Why are there matanga everywhere? Has this town fallen? Ah, your face. It is known to me. You were the warrior who fought for the mole in the Nada. I am Ogle of the Katain. It was your bravery and skill which inspired me to embark upon my own hero's journey. Yet now I have foolishly blundered into a den of Matanga. Why do these others walk without fear? Do they not care if they are slaughtered? The Kasadara are a civilized tribe. I do not doubt your word, but grandmother would always warn me. If you encounter a Matanga, you turn tail and flee as fast and far as you can. Her tales were awful and bloody, and so now, the very sight of them, the terror rises unbidden. No, I cannot stay here. I must earn enough coin to buy passage from this nightmare island as soon as possible. I beg you, stay at my side for a time, just until I meet with this Kanzana person the sailors told me about. She is said to have work that pays a fair wage, so I will see what she has for me. It is in the middle of winter. Only weirdos ride bikes in the middle of winter. They nuked the weather groiper? Oh no. I don't really know. I don't follow most groipers. By the Dusk Mother, no one told me Kansana was a Matanga. Could I ask you to speak with her in my stead? Welcome to Yedlimad, traveler. I am Kansana, and it is my job to assign the right work to the right workers. Might I have your name? Robin and Ogle, was it? Let me jot those down. Oh, grandmother, why? Why did it have to be a Matanga? Is your companion quite alright? Ah, an understandable reaction. The Gajasura tribe have done much to stain the reputation of our people. You are looking for work, though, yes? Many have been forced to take what they can get since the troubles began, so I am afraid all the simple jobs are gone. As for what's left, I only have tasks fit for seasoned fighters. Does that sound like something you could do? Fighting? I can fight. Lest you doubt, my skill is likened to that of the Dragonbane, the legendary Chakazo herself. I'm not familiar with the name, but you sound formidable indeed. Why don't we start you out on escort duty then? A group of artisans set off to harvest materials, and asked that I send any prospective protectors that their way, should I happen to enlist any. What? They already set off? It's our duty not to escort them. There is to be a ritual dance performed in Kajaya's footsteps. They'll need incense and costumes for the dancers and such. The entire thing was decided rather suddenly, so there was no time to waste. And, these artisans you speak of, do they also include Matanga in their number? It was an Arcasadara who submitted the request. I hope that won't be a problem. Oh, not at all. I look forward to fainting at the feet of my most feared enemy. Robin, I cannot do this alone. Pray, lend me the strength of the victor of the Nada, and half the reward for this task will be yours. Half? The artisans didn't plan to venture far. Leave Yedliman to the west, and you should soon come across your employer. And that is where we shall meet. You will find me there, yes? Should have opened the window. Dusk Mother, give me courage. Ah, so you must be our belated escort, yes? Glad to have such courageous Is your companion not well? She seems a touch shaky. Of course, I should have thought of it before. I shall harvest the necessary ingredients while the artisan stays here. That way I have no need to fear him, being harmed. Perfect. I must say this is less than ideal. My people are already scattered across the wilds, and I wanted someone to roam around and ensure they were safe from attack. Is your friend perhaps frightened by our Katsurara? I have met such travelers before. Well, no matter. If you could patrol the area as I asked, I must attend to my own harvesting. Ogle has run off into the wilds alone. Keep an eye out for her as you continue your patrol. Honestly, a stationary bike wouldn't be bad, but I don't have that kind of space. The tusks, trunks, the bone-crushing feet. You must think me foolish. I was so absorbed in my task that I failed to notice the ground shaking at their approach. Still, my injuries are light and my satchel is full. Thanks to you, I think I can make it back in town to meet the others. What happened? Did you slay the beast? That was a near thing. I took the first one by surprise. But the second, knowing a Matanga stood at my back, my mind froze and my body refused to obey. Grandmother taught me that we should let fear wash over us like water. But to my shame, I could not have failed her more thoroughly. Not to sound ungrateful, Robin, but why did you follow me? Where to patrol? Forgive me, I should have waited for orders instead of running off alone and putting lives in peril. Come, we should return to our employer. I want to be sure that the wounded man reached safety. My colleague told me of his rescue, although we had hoped for an escort from the start. Imagine if you hadn't come at all. I've sent him and the others back to our workshop, so consider your duty with us complete. You have my thanks. As for your payment, that you can collect from Kanzana. Right, I suppose we should report to Kanzana then. Ah, there you are. Your employer expressed satisfaction with your work, so congratulations on a job well done. As a response to the recent chaos, the upcoming ritual was hastily planned, to say the least. As a consequence, the artisans have been hard-pressed to make everything ready. But when the times are hard, the people of Thamner rely on such traditions to renew their faith and bolster their hearts with the teachings of the divine. The death of an artisan would have thrown the whole thing into disarray, and thus your rescue was timely indeed. Please, accept your payment, half each as agreed upon. Are you interested in further work? I may have something for you if you do. Nope. We will do the side quests with another class after we've done the main story. Turn to Old Charlotte. Don't you usually go with the new Charlian? Wait. Has cars? Sure. Depends on the Final Fantasy. The car is... it's from Final Fantasy 15. There was like an event for that. But Final Fantasy overall is like... It's not cyberpunk, and it's not steampunk, but it's like a combination. And usually things are fueled with magic instead of like steam or electricity. Magitech is what they call it. Just as I was getting used to balmy Thamnar, we're back in chilly Charlotte. Take care not to catch your death, eh? We need you for the battles to come. Now then, your investigation here remains, but when that's over, we can take stock of all the developments and discoveries. An unsettling change has come over Charlotte, but together we will divine the underlying cause for the Forum's callousness. As I mentioned before, however, questioning the councillors directly is a fruitless endeavor. They seem to have already come to a consensus as to what and how little they are willing to divulge. Which is why I began scouring Charlian's archive of historical records for any hint of a connection to the final days. Suffice it to say that the progress has been slow, that there are only so many dusty pages one can skim in a day. But now that I have this band of willing reinforcements, the search should proceed all the swifter. Let us reconvene outside Numenon, shall we? Exit the annex to the right, and you'll find the archives on the western edge of the woods. Put on your seatbelt, it's a wild ride. Still this early? Oh, yeah, I guess it's pretty early over there. How are you recovering from your fish? Oh, hello Yaska. I thought it was still Mark talking. Yeah, no spoilers. Yeah, it's this early. I was playing on the North American servers with the other lands. But the North American server host has massive routing issues. I disconnected like 3 times a day. It was terrible. So I had no choice but to go back to my European character. And he was only on 5.2, so I had some grinding to do. My directions were easy enough to follow, I hope. In any case, you stand now before the doors of Numenon, Charlian's grandest collection of books and tomes. This building is actually only an entrance, and one of many at that, for the archives of Numenon extend deep beneath the surface like the roots of a tree. The vast halls of the Great Google Library pale in comparison to Numenon's endless maze of subterranean chambers. Any citizen of Charlian is free to enter and peruse its shelves. Well, most of its shelves. Only Archons are afforded access to certain restricted vaults. I have dispatched Yashola and Raha to investigate those. Meanwhile, Alisei and Alphino will help me continue my search through the stacks open to the general public. Your status presents more of a problem. As a non-citizen, you are only permitted to browse the first floor here at the entrance. Even so, there should be a number of books which touch upon Charlian's history or foreign policy. Your task will be to find and study the relevant publications. I promise you a working knowledge of those subjects will make it far easier to spot the sort of clues we're looking for. Let us be about it, shall we? I've told the others to meet us at the stone benches over there, once they've found some promising tomes. Happy reading. Hell yeah, reading! Hello, Chajaba. I'm assisting my colleague in his hunt for research materials, specifically a thesis by Moonbreeder, but it's difficult to find any one tome in a library of this size. Yeah, I was gonna say, why don't you just use the computer? But... Oh, were you looking for a specific volume? Only Archons may check out forbidden tomes, but if there is anything else you require, simply say the word. The title on the spine reads, The Story of Sharlayan. Read the book? Yes. 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 Long, long ago, on an island in the Northern Sea, there lived a Rugadin man by the name of Nunkrep. Nunkrep was a student of astrology, and he divined that a flood of terrifying proportions would soon sweep over the lands of Eorzea. So it was that he built a gigantic ship, assembled a crew, and set sail for that imperiled realm. The flood arrived as foretold, and to their horror, the strangely churning waters drove the people towards the ocean. It was there, however, that Nunkrep's crew hauled them aboard his ark. But the danger had not passed. A towering wave approached, threatening to smash the vessel to pieces. With only moments to spare, Nunkrep wove a mighty spell of teleportation and shifted the entire ship to safety atop Ablathia's spine. Oh yeah, that's the big ship in Stormblood. It's not very big though. To be honest, it's like really small. Refugees from the surrounding regions huddled there alongside them, but it was not long before disputes over the dwindling supply of food led to violence and bloodshed. Saddened by the sight, it is Noah's Ark. Saddened by the sight, Nunkrep gathered to him his crew and his grateful passengers, and abandoned the Ark to those reddened peaks. They journeyed to the coast where they built the new ship, intended upon returning to the northern seas. They landed on the beach of an island, and settled upon that very spot. That settlement prospered and grew, and in time it became the city of Sharlayan. We live in to this day. Like I've said before, Final Fantasy lore and story bits and names and whatever are usually highly inspired by either the Bible, Indian stuff, or Hindu stuff, and such. Not as much Greek mythology, but they tend to pick monsters and stuff from there, at least. But they use most mythologies very heavily. I think both Bahamut and Tiamat are from the Bible. At least Tiamat is biblical. I'm not sure about Bahamut. Like Shiva is obvious where that's from. The title on the spine reads Roads of Old, the Colony. Many years ago, on the banks of the Thaliak in the Dravinian hinterlands, a Sharlayan colony once thrived. This settlement was originally established as a mere outpost to study the ethereal sea in the year 1311 of the 6th Astral Era. Scholars dispatched to Eorzea found the facilities wanting, and their demands encouraged a gradual expansion in structures and services. As rumors spread of a growing community of academics, the area was further inundated with the Eorzean students hoping to share in the renowned wisdom of the Sharlayans. 50 years later, the Forum passed a motion to recognize what had become a flourishing town as an official Sharlayan colony. Eorzean residents took to calling the colony itself Sharlayan, which led to no small amount of confusion when discussion turned to the subject of the motherland. In response, some Sharlayan inhabitants, if pressed for a name, would simply refer to it as Emporium. Following the Great Exodus, however, goblins and treasure hunters claimed for themselves a corner of the abandoned colony and gave it yet another name, Idleshire. The following chapters go on to introduce the most prominent features of Idleshire. This book does not appear to contain additional information on the Forum, or cover the history of the Sharlayan motherland in greater detail. Oh, Granville. I'm rather in the middle of something, so if you wouldn't mind leaving me to my research. Thank you. The title on the spine reads, The Voice of a Growing City. In the years which followed the founding of Sharlayan, civic policy and other matters of import were decided at the Ecclesia, a public forum at which every citizen was eligible to speak. As the city's population grew, however, this format became increasingly impractical. The larger number of participants gave rise to ever longer debates, resulting in significant delays of vital resolutions. Various measures were introduced in an attempt to curtail protracted discussions, but in the year 201 of the 6th Astral Era, it was ultimately decreed that Sharlayan would transition to a new form of governance. The nation would now be led by a body of 99 members, citizens chosen amongst their peers by means of a nationwide vote. Thus was the Forum as we know it today conceived and created. Have you ever gazed at the skies above and contemplated the mysteries contained therein? I speak not of shifting cloud patterns, but of the vastness beyond, of the sun and the twinkle tapestry of the night. Some think the dome above us to be a finite space, yet amongst the leading thinkers of our age, one scholar's depiction of a boundless sea of stars is firmly taken root. Alas, this heavenly sea remains an unreachable, unknowable destination. There are few indeed who can explain in satisfactory detail why our own stars is believed to revolve around the sun. It was the technologists of Alec who came closest to understanding the laws which govern that starry abyss. It was they who launched Dalamud and sought to expand beyond our earthbound existence. Having read of their ancient ambitions, I wonder, has your interest in this field of study waxed or waned? What if I were to tell you that the eternal constellations were arranged differently in the distant past, that their positions continue to shift almost imperceptibly but measurably as we journey into the future? Would it shock you to learn that the stars drift further and further apart, and may indeed do so forever? Are you eager to learn more? The book is on the wrong subject. Search for works which contain details on the Forum or mention the history of Sharlayan. Oh, I'm reading all of them. The title on the spine reads, Forever 20 Summers. My beloved seekers of knowledge, have you ever put learning before your health and neglected to feed the rest of your body as you should? I too once engaged in such foolish practices, but one night, engrossed in philosophical study, I had an epiphany. For all the world's mysteries that drive us to reckless abandon, we have so very few years of life in which to achieve our goals. Thus do I share with you this mantra. I am forever 20 summers young. The number itself is unimportant. You could be 19 or 23 or 40. Whatever age you are when you discover this manual, let that be the age you aspire to remain. Through mindful, healthy living will you extend the time available to spend upon your chosen research. Another day, another moon, another summer to grasp the greater truths you pursue. In the pages that follow, we will explore the secrets of maintaining one's physical condition from a biological, etherological, and arcane viewpoint. The book is on the wrong subject. Sounds like a good book. Stewards of Wisdom. During the chaos of the 6th Umbral Calamity, Archon Njunkref, founder of Sharlayan, bore witness to the madness and savagery of men, brought to the brink of despair. Upon raising a settlement on an island in the northern empty, he instructed his people thus: renounce the ways of war, and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason. The Sharlayans took to heart the words of their savior and thenceforth served as stewards of wisdom. Upon a foundation of accumulated learning, they built a homeland unlike any other. A nation born from strength of minds, rather than strength of arms. With knowledge of economics came shrewd trading. With knowledge of agriculture came bountiful crops. Engineering brought wells and sewers, ending squabbles over water. Wealth of expertise could be bartered for wealth in coin, and the more their wisdom spread throughout the world, the more mankind as a whole would thrive. And so it was that no matter the trials and tribulations of the age, the citizens of Sharlayan would live by their founders' teachings. For the sake of a better tomorrow, for the sake of a brighter star, they would eschew the tools of war, and with knowledge deliver the world. You have gained a fundamental understanding of Sharlayan history and the foundations of the Forum. Thank you. No more books? That was the last book? For shame. Ah, it's day, finally. Sorry, were you waiting long? I wanted to make sure I had borrowed at least a few promising volumes. Alphino and Kryle should also be along shortly. I was delayed in similar fashion. As far as I could see, no titles in the Archon stacks mentioned the final days specifically, so we have no choice but to start with the tangentially relevant tomes, if they are even that. At present, the plan is to skim through as quickly as we dare, and share our discoveries as we make them. It would have been nice to invite everyone to the estate, plenty of comfortable places to read, and a ready supply of hot tea. Oh, I was always quite fond of reading outside. But it's not about the little pleasures, is it? You miss your home. It's been difficult. After our arrival, we managed to speak with one of the family servants and ask how things were. It seems our dear father has instructed the staff that even if Alphino and I were to return to Sharlayan, we were not to be allowed across the threshold. Best girl? You mean my wife? A harsh measure indeed. I hope that our efforts to understand his position and that of the Forum will perhaps lead to a reconciliation. No, she's 16. She's legal. We'll mend this rift one day, I am certain of it. And what of you, Graha? Have you been to visit your family, or do they not live here in the city? In Swedistan? Sure. Yeah, that's what matters, right? Ah, well, my situation is also somewhat complicated. I was raised in Sharlayan, yes, but I was born rather further away. In the southern reaches of Ilsapar, in fact. For generations, my people have dwelt in Corvos, the coastal region opposite the island of Thaumir. The Allagans founded a city in that fertile land and by ship brought in subjugated tribes of the Mikote to serve as laborers. Of course, the massive earthquakes of the fourth umbral calamity brought an end to the Empire's reign, and when the fifth calamity froze the sea solid, many of the tribes still living in Corvos braved the journey back to Eorzea. My ancestors, however, chose to remain, that they might prevent the remnants of Allagan technology from being misused. Isn't Corvos under Garlean rule? For the past 50 years, yes. Some semblance of local culture remains, as is the case for most imperial provinces, but Garlemald renamed the legion Locus Locus Ammonius? Amoenus? When I was a boy, a nearby town came under the jurisdiction of an illustrious imperial family, the nobles of House Darnus. Spoilers. House Darnus demonstrated a singular interest in Allegan civilization, and so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices had been raised in favor of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the Allegan Eye no longer passed to our eldest children as reliably as it once had. Fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and the decision was made to bury our ties to the knowledge and traditions of Allag. As the last child born with the Allegan Eye, I was given over to the custody of friends in the students of Baldessian, who had me registered as a Charleon citizen. I never even considered. Forgive me, it was an unkind question. Even Thancred was taken in by Archon Louisoix, was he not? Stories of adopted waifs and rescued orphans are more common amongst Charleon than you might think. Yet regardless of our origins, we are all provided with an equal opportunity to learn, and with sufficient perspicacity. Perspicacity. Perspicacity, the quality of having a ready insight into things. Shrewdness. Perspicacity. The perspicacity of her remarks. Alright? And with sufficient perspicacity, we outsiders can even earn the vaunted title of Archon. 'Tis exactly why I have such love for this country, and why I wish to remain a nation. Why I wish it to remain a nation of which its citizens can be proud. Hear, hear! Another good reason to get to the bottom of the forum's stubbornness, aside from the trifling matter of our impending doom. Excuse us while we try to make some headway into these books, Robin. More company should be arriving any moment now. Wait. What else do I know of Corvos? Precious little, I'm afraid. I've not returned since Master Galuf first brought me here. I can tell you that Corvosi rebels still seek to slip the yoke of their imperial masters, though the fighting is far less fierce than it once was. Oh, and they have carpets. Flying carpets. The legends are quite extraordinary. Where did Alice hide? There she is. There are others better suited to poring over old history books, so I thought I'd try my luck with more recent events, if I can find anything to better inform the forum's baffling behavior. Now we can wait. We've returned with our selections. Although I must say the pickings were quite slim indeed. Mistress Kryl has already flicked through every history book devoted to disasters, and more than a few which barely made mention of them. X to highlight characters and interactive objects. Oh, you mean on the keyboard? As such, we will be looking into research papers on the Umbral calamities, as well as articles written by prominent forum members. Perhaps their knowledge of the final days comes from an unexpected source. Yeah, I play with a gamepad. It's like a super non-issue with a gamepad. Speaking of which, might I ask you a few questions related to the final days? With a gamepad, you just stand in front of it and you press A, and you select it. No matter how many people are standing there. I'm the only one here who didn't witness the events of Amaroth firsthand, and I fear I may be overlooking critical details. The gamepad controls are so good, I just don't bother with the keyboard. My thanks. Now, where to begin? First things first, what kind of phenomena did the ancients encounter as the final days drew nigh? A complete destabilization of creation magics. Primals of unrivaled power were summoned from the ether. Yeah, complete destabilization of creation magics. Yes, the unfolding catastrophe wrought havoc on all manner of life. The chaos extended to the ancients themselves, causing their powers of creation to spiral out of control. Fear and despair manifested in terrible, tangible fashion. Meteors raining from the sky, fire erupting from the ground, indescribable abominations prowling the streets. That more or less aligns with my understanding. If only the arts of creation had survived until the present day, we might have had something substantial to analyze. To the best of our knowledge, however, those techniques were not preserved or passed on. Y'shtola surmises that the closest known magic is that of the summoning rituals promulgated by the Ascians. Was there aught else of note which heralded the approach of the final days? They say it began with a keening sound from the land itself, yeah. Ah yes, the Amartines spoke of it, didn't they? We never did hear this sound ourselves, of course, thrust as we were into the midst of the madness. But it seems that each and every one of the catastrophes was preceded by this ominous noise. Eventually it resounded all across the star, and not even Amarot was spared. So the ground was crying out, you say? To be considered the harbinger of doom, it must have been quite distinctive, and probably quite loud. I'll have to speak with one of Numenon's mammoths and ask after any books which might make mention of such a sound. Last but not least, would you describe how the ancients sought to quell this unprecedented calamity? What definitive action did they take? Well, they summoned Zodiark. They summoned Zodiark. Yes, with Elidibus serving as his heart. So many gave themselves in sacrifice to bring him into being. We do not know exactly how Zodiark brought salvation to the star, only that by his godlike will, were the laws of nature set aright. Then, once the balance was redressed, the ancients offered up a further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. Lives sprouted anew, and it was these fledgling souls they intended to render unto Zodiark, a trade that would have allowed them to resurrect the shades of loved ones absorbed by the primal. Or might have, had Venat and her followers not manifested their opposition in the form of Hydaelyn. Thank you, both of you, for the detailed review. I feel much more confident now in my understanding of events. With all that freshly in mind, it does make me wonder what the Telophoroi truly mean when they speak of bringing back the final days. We've seen what they're doing with those towers of theirs. Is forcing people to summon primals a kind of catalyst? Are they attempting to mirror the conditions caused by unstable creation magics? Or are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech, a convenient metaphor for the scale of destruction they plan to unleash? But this is all just pointless conjecture at this stage. Let us return our attention to the forum, shall we? We should keep an eye out for Y'shtola, but 'tis time we began studying these research papers. Many forum members are also researchers and professors. They know aught of the final days. If they know aught of the final days, then the knowledge might surface in their writing. That is my hope, anyway. Alright, dude, good luck. It really is comforting to have all these dedicated assistants on hand. Right then, enough chatting, more reading. There are others better suited to poring over old history books, so I thought I'd try my luck with more recent events, if I can find anything to better inform the forum's baffling behavior. Did I already read both of yours? Yeah, no. I was just seeing if they got anything new. And there are like 3 types of Swedes on Twitter. One is blonde right-wing boomer girl, who is an absolute libtard, they're just right-wing. The second is a Swede with their head up their ass, who is a piece of shit, and they have the Snusmumrik, I don't know what he's called, from Moomin. That's their profile picture. There are like 400 of them. And lastly, there's someone with the snooze in their nickname. And all they think about and talk about is snooze. Those are like the only 3 Swedes I ever see on Twitter. I'm the last, am I? Well, my extended search of the Archon's stacks produced 1 or 2 possibly useful books. But I wouldn't get your hopes up. If you recall, Urian J learned of the source's reflections from the Gairan Oracles, for its potential to cause panic and confusion. That tome was deemed apocrypha and sealed away in the Great Gubal Library. 'Tis even less likely that knowledge of the unsundered world, not to mention the horrors of the final days, would be left sitting on the shelves for any curious scholar to find. It stands to reason then that my colleagues, be they Archons or Counselors, should perforce be largely ignorant of the subject. Yet when you confronted Master Fortuno with knowledge of the Telophoroi and their machinations, he scoffed at the suggestion that they posed a threat. He seemed adamant that the Forum would know if the final days were truly upon us. Which only supports the conclusion that whatever privileged wisdom is guiding the Forum's behavior, it is being kept secret from the rest of the nation. Not that I mean to excuse myself from reading duty. Whether they contain mention of the final days or no, these books could yet hold something of value. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone. I can't read, I have plate gloves on. You labor for what feels like an age of Y'shtola's research, as Y'shtola's research assistant. Thank you for your help, but I think I can manage the rest without your assistance. If I were you, I'd steal a few quiet moments for myself. Oh dear, you look exhausted. But what about your studies? Were you able to find any books on the subjects I mentioned? Yes. Then the day was well spent. Should you wish to read them again, a mammer at the reference desk will point you in the right direction. A mammoth. For the moment, though, I suggest you take a well-deserved rest. We might be occupied with our research for quite some time. Anything else we need to use? All right, yeah, they looked worse. I didn't like these. Ready for a tea break, Robin? I know I am. Honestly, my neck and shoulders are going to calcify if I don't stretch my legs and walk around for a bit. You know the last stand down in the harbor, don't you? Come and meet me near the outside tables, and I'll treat you to their coffee. It's quite good. Right. After we grab this. Give it to me, the Ethernet shard. Is that the last one? Should be. Yep. No! Alright, I'm gonna go and grab that one. Just so we're done. You've attuned yourself to all the Ethernet shards in Old Charlie. Thank you. I think we have to do these, probably. We'll have to see. Hunt for specimens. No, never mind. But we should take that one. That's the sightseeing log. As busy as ever, I see. How very Charlie, that no other gourmet cafe has sprung up to compete for customers. Actually, this crowd gives me an idea. Before we place an order, why don't we ask a few questions and gauge the mood of the city? I'm interested to hear what the average citizen has to say about the Telophoroi. We might even learn something new. Worth a try, don't you think? What am I supposed to ask? You can't just ask people shit. Hey bro, what do you think about Adolf Hitler? That's just rude. What is it? Can a man not enjoy a moment of private respite? If you're looking to share a table, then I respectfully request that you look elsewhere. You misunderstand, sir. We were simply wondering if you knew of the Telophoroi. These enemies of peace have promised to end all that we hold dear and... Wait, you're that House Levier girl, aren't you? And this man with you is obviously a foreigner. Ha! I heard you were disowned for helping outsiders indulge their barbaric whims, and here you are giving truth to the rumor. I'll thank you to leave me be. I've naught to say to the likes of you. Well, I must apologize. It was foolish of me to expect an ounce of civility from one so enlightened. Come, Robin. That guy totally owned you, dude. Someone here at the cafe should be willing to speak with us. Let's ask around. Yes? I don't believe I've had the pleasure. Pray excuse the interruption, but we were hoping you might share your thoughts on the Telophoroi and their unconscionable plans. My goodness, if it isn't the young Miss Levier. My apologies, but I work in the office of the Forum, and if word reached Master Fortunal that I was helping you. I see. We're sorry to have bothered you. Hello, dick on. You got your dick on, dude? Welcome, sir. What can I offer you today? Wait, is that Mistress Alice I see here? I see there. My word, how long has it been? Far too long. Meet Dickon, the owner of The Last Stand. I used to frequent his cafe on occasion, in between lessons at the studio. That seems like an age ago now. I remember hearing that you and Master Alphino had set sails for Eorzea, but then you never came back. Lately there's been gossip about your father disowning the pair of you. Everything all right at home? It's complicated, and I hadn't expected complete strangers to be so familiar with our situation quite so quickly. Everyone has an opinion, it seems. Well, it is House Levieux. No matter how discreet Master Fortunault may have been, news of your family's doings never stays secret for long. Things being what they are, what brings you back to the city now of all times? We have questions, and only Charlatan has the answers. Tell me, Master Dickon. Have you heard anything about an apocalypse called the Final Days? What? Like, the end of the world? Nothing like that, I'm afraid, and that's what you're here to find? Information on this apocalypse? Yes, whatever we can. Unfortunately, your patrons appear to be unwilling to speak with me. I wish there was more I could do to help. But maybe there is. You're a visitor to Charlayan, aren't you? Then few will know your face. We should be able to pass you off as a server with none the wiser. We just finished preparing a few orders. Strike up some friendly conversation while you're setting down the food, and you might just get answers. You might just get the answers you're looking for. Not a bad idea. I hate to ask, but what do you think? I look really weird. That's the spirit. Pay attention now and I'll explain where each of these dishes need to go. The tea set is for the chatty group sitting by the water's edge. The omelette is for one of our regulars, a Highlander by the name of Gisla. She's sitting at an outside table with a friend of hers. Behind them you should see a Mikote gentleman. He ordered the oven-baked lobster. Got all that? If you're not sure, just ask and I'll explain again. Good luck. A tea set. Oh, my tea set. Lovely, thank you. The Talafa Ho? I'm sorry, I've never heard of them, or their final days. My friends and I are somewhat uninformed when it comes to current events. Now, if you wanted to hear about ritual arcane practices of the 6th Astral Era, common or esoteric, then I'd be happy to talk your ear off. Hello, Gisla. Gods above, I'm starving. I've never known the service to be this slow. Just the top one every single time. Ah, finally. 2, 4, 6, 8. Let's dig in. No time to waste. Have you heard of the fucking apocalypse, dude? What? That's a Valforoy. Ah, yes, I remember seeing that name in the latest Gazette. That and some grand claim about the end of days. Same old senseless warmongering. When will these fools grow tired of spilling each other's blood? Best stay out of it, I say. The Forum made the right choice, and I fully support our decision to remain neutral. Gods, the anticipation. I've heard it melts in your mouth like the most succulent roast ever made. Urbane banter with a smile? I don't think so. At last, the oven-baked lobster is mine. You have no idea how long I've scrimped and saved and suffered to afford this heavenly dish. Do you have any idea how bad I would be as a server? Like, I forgot instantly. Like, the second he said the other thing, I was like, completely gone. Final days? This is the first I've heard of it. Although that would explain why my friend has been rushed off his feet. It must be a busy time to be a gleaner. You don't know what a gleaner is. They're collectors of a sort. Travel the world, procuring things that we haven't got here in Charlotte. Priceless books, unusual live specimens, and so forth. So named for those folk who trail after the reapers in the fields, picking up every grain which was missed. Aye, by all accounts, gleaning is a most meticulous and demanding profession. If these Telophoroi make good on their audacious threats, then many uncatalogued rarities would be lost forever. Why else would the gleaners be buzzing about in such a frenzy? Watch the harbor and you'll see what I mean. They're carting loads in from the docks all day. It's never been this hectic before. Not like this. Any trouble with the customers? Were you able to get anyone talking? Interesting. They seem unaware of the final days, aside from whatever vague news the Gazette are printing. Even Dickon had nothing to offer, and he's the best source of gossip in the city. If the Forum does have secret knowledge, then they've done an impressive job of ensuring no one whispers it in the wrong ear. In any case, thank you for playing the part so well. Here, that cup of coffee I promise. It's coffee, sure. But let's enjoy our drinks somewhere else, shall we? Maybe behind the peristyle, away from the gossips and their wagging tongues. It's a really chill guitar song, to be honest. Yes, this should do nicely. Out of the wind and out of sight.
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant. Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Sharlayan? Grahas said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length. Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently. It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been, how being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family. If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently. They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos. A vast complex beneath the island. Sharlayan is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, That knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples. Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility. Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat. Wait! Didn't you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual? Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And gleaners answer to the Forum. If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
Come on. Come on, bitch! There. Took forever. We should tell the others what we've learned about the Gleaners. Go on ahead to Numenor, and I'll join you in a moment. Master Dickon will want his cups back. First, we'd run all the way over there and get the sightseeing log. I think we'll teleport back up after. Babeth. Beg pardon, good sir. I could scarce help but notice that sightseeing log on your person. You wouldn't have to happen to be the adventurer my niece wrote about, would you? Aha, so it is you. Pleased to make your acquaintance. I am Babeth Ironheart, Millith's aunt and seasoned explorer. Be a dear and hand me that log of yours. Millith told me all about how she helped you embark on explorations of your own, so it's only right that I share with you some wisdom of my own. Let me see here. Oh, I can't forget to mention that. And done. You should be all set, dear. I've jotted down everything I've heard about the most remarkable vistas the realm has to offer. Of course, a few notes I've shared are not more than rumors. Some describing locales so fantastical that I barely believe they exist. But as I always say, the true joy of exploration lies not in the destination, but in the journey. So go forth, dear, and see what sort of journey these hints take you. That sightseeing log of yours won't fit itself, you know. Thank you. Now what is this? The hunt for specimens. That's something new. Do my eyes deceive me, or are you robbing Tia? Well, as I live and breathe, it is you! Ha! I knew I'd be the first to track you down. Who's the guild ship's top hunter now, eh? Wait, you have heard of guild ship hunts, yes? They're not so different from the hunts you're familiar with in Eorzea, as I understand it. I'd wager they're more challenging, but an adventurer of your caliber would never turn down a challenge, would you? No, no, you would not. Pray, speak with Northoda at the peristyle to register your intents at your earliest convenience. Oh, it's just hunts. Which is fine, we can do that. Hi, I'm Northoda. Have you come to place a bounty on an unruly beast? By the scholar. You're Robin? I was half convinced I'd set the others on an impossible task, asking them to find you. The Gleaner's guildship has begun posting hunt bills, you see, in the hopes that capable individuals will take up arms to lighten our ever-increasing load. Unfortunately, capable individuals remain the sticking point. Few hailing from our fair polis are willing to take up arms, let alone able to stand against the more fearsome specimens. You, however, have the experience and the grit that we need. When I heard that you had arrived on our shores, it was music to my ears. You needn't work for free, of course. We've done our research, and the rewards we offer are as fine as you'll find abroad, as any you'll find abroad. The currency we employ is a relic of times when Gleaner was a great deal less figurative, so you might find it somewhat eccentric, but it's as good as Gil here. Speaking of eccentric, it should be noted that the majority of our clients are scholars. You probably won't have heard of half the creatures they send you after, but I find it's best not to worry about that overmuch. Slay beasts, collect samples, try not to think about the long-term effects of touching said samples, and get paid. Simple, no? That being said, I wouldn't dream of throwing you in the deep end just yet. Let's have you start off with some junior marks so you can get your feet wet. Yes. Tokens. You're just using sacks of nuts again. What the fuck? Matt. I'll be right back. No. I said I was gonna open my window. That should do. If you note. I cleaned my glass. This studio. Alright, now. My loyal assistant returns. There is a lexicon on the first floor that I needed to... Ah, you found something, haven't you? Where's Alice? I thought she was with you. Is that coffee I smell? Did I miss the tea break? Would seem so. Welcome back, Robin. Been for a walk and cleared your head, have you? Not exactly. We did some impromptu investigating and turned up information on the Gleaners. It makes sense. The Gleaners take their requests directly from institutions and bureaucrats, but as you say, they ultimately answer to the Forum. A sudden and significant increase in Gleaner traffic and in cargo. It certainly gives the impression of an overarching plan being put into motion. Let us see what theory we can build from the facts. As Y'shtola observed earlier, Numenon's archives appear to contain no information concerning the final dates. Coupled with what Robin and Alice learned at the last stand, we can be reasonably sure that most Sharlayans know nothing of that particular period of ancient history. Yet my father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but are also somehow certain that the destruction being perpetrated by the Telophoroi is wholly unlike these apocalyptic events. Moreover, the Forum claims to be so occupied by a duty of such pressing importance that they saw fit to unanimously deny Eorzea's request for aid. And now the Gleaners, official agents of the state, have been mobilized on an unprecedented scale. I do not think it a stretch to conclude that the Gleaners' recent activities are in service to the Forum's secret events. In which case, our next course of action seems obvious. We visit Labyrinthos and assess the situation for ourselves. And if we're lucky, the Gleaners will be far more receptive to our questions. What should we expect down there? Oh, I would hate to spoil the surprise. As for myself, there are a few more subjects I should like to research. I may join you later, but feel free to leave behind your borrowed books and be on your way. I'll see to it that each is returned to its proper place. That would be a great help. Thank you, Rahab. Let's head down the stairs over there, and I'll show you where the entrance is. I brought another apple. Hmm. Ready? Labyrinthos is not too far from here. You may find the path a bit disorienting. I'll take the lead, so stay close. Aleph sets off at a brisk walk. Go! Go, go, go! Oh shit. How am I gonna keep up with this? No, she walks slower than I can walk. Oh no! No, don't do this! What? If it's pleasant here amongst the trees. But we really should move along. We cross the bridge. Up here. Like, this is a very small thing, but I like that they've done this. Just make the characters a bit more... The rostra. Not far now. Autonomous isn't the right word. A bit more present, I guess. Here we are, through this door and down the stairs. You did remember to attune to the shard back there, didn't you? It will make your life much easier if you need to come back in a hurry. Otherwise, we should keep moving. Why is there a chocobo keep here? What the... Well met, traveler. Might I interest you in a chocobo porter? Ah, do not tell me this is your first visit to this stop. I shall update my register with your name. Blah, 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 blah. We're all here now, yes? I have taken the liberty of securing permission for our group's descent. Right, everyone onto the lift and down we go.
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky. In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves, and this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed. If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation. Knowledge buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
Not what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing.
I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma. It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Aren't those people gleaners?
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today. It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Let's spread out and get some answers then.
Ugh.
You okay, babe?
Did you call to me just now? No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent. I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
Are there monsters down here? Seems to be the case. I thought the sound was broken. You're here to help or give me more headaches because you don't have the look of a gleaner, and I need no mood for idle chatter. One of my colleagues was so exhausted he took a tumble and crashed into a pile of crates. Now I have a pack of marmots running loose. Hello there. Hydurium guillotine. I wonder how you can dye these. Oh, right. It breaks. You have to turn that off, otherwise you can't switch colors. Keep forgetting that. Hydurium katana. Pretty strong set though, overall. I don't want to change anything. Let me think. The rare seeds should be item 1058. Cumin seeds, 1059. Snarlberry, 1060. Or were they 1061? Ah, my head feels like it's stuffed in with moko grass. Why more loads to take out than carry in? Why do all this at once and risk mixing it up? What if someone mistakes the Kurthon carrots for the Girabanian carrots? What then? Most of those gathered here appear to be gleaners. Why don't you wander around and try making small talk? That's what I was trying to do with you. What is that? What are you? You wanna know what I'm doing? Hauling books, and ore, and fauna. If it needs hauling, I haul it. Every decade or so they take stock in labyrinths, you know? Sort and tidy up the inventory. Never seen an operation like this before, though. They just did one a few summers ago, even. Then, with no warning at all, this mess gets dropped in our laps. Orders from on high. Damn defined with the reason, but could be that they're changing the layout, eh? Preparing for the next big expansion. Maybe, dude. Not looking forward to transporting all of this, but I'm looking forward to a nice drink afterwards. Oh, a fresh face. That's a rare sight. How might I help you, newcomer? What do you do here? Simply put, my job here is to record and classify the Gleaner's acquisitions, but the work's anything but simple. We collect all manner of items here in Labyrinthos. Ancient scriptures, artifacts, rare specimens, you name it. Odds are we have it, and all of that needs to be inspected. What kind of place is this? This is Upper Akrinthos, Labyrinthos' primary storage facility for materials delivered via the lift. Here we identify and sort said deliveries before they're sent on to the Archaon, or another facility for safekeeping. You might say we're a service entrance for Labyrinthos. Right? Excuse me, are you a gleaner? If you don't mind, I have some questions to ask. Very cool. Fascinating. But could we go back to what you were saying earlier? Put some clothes on. Any luck, Robin? What tales did the gleaners have to tell? So, this grand operation began without warning, and for every item they bring in, they're sending more inventory somewhere else. That would explain the haggard faces I've been seeing. We were right. The Forum is definitely up to something, and they're turning Labyrinthos upside down in the process. We would do well to learn more of what specifically the Gleaners are being tasked to do, as well as who has tasked them to do it. If you're game, Robin, I have an idea. Didn't one of the Gleaners you questioned say something about escape to Mars? Perhaps if you were to help him capture said creatures, he might be inclined towards a more friendly and enlightening conversation. In the meantime, I will turn my charms upon this Gleaner here. We can compare notes afterwards. Happy hunting. Right. You're just standing here looking up. Nay, I am not shirking my duties. I've been down here in an age. I've not been down here in an age, and I wished to get my bearings before I went bumbling about. What I can see, however, there is not obviously out of place. It seems we shall have to resort to discreet inquiries as usual. One more quest and then we level up. Then we do the leveling roulette. Or no, the alliance roulette, maybe. You wish to help me find the marmots? I have nothing suitable to pay you for your services, but if you're offering out with the goodness of your heart, I'd welcome the assistance. The name is Ernville, friend, specialist in the collection of live specimens. That said, the capture of these Nagshan marmots is a trial I have no desire to repeat. Grizzled mice, they call them. For mercy, there are no other marmot species on this tier at present, so there should be no mistaking our little fugitives. If you happen to catch any, stuff them in this sack. Gently, of course. You mean after I beat them to an inch of their life? Where to begin, you wonder? I have not seen any scampering around here, so we'll need to widen our search into the surrounding forest. Be on your guard. There are beasts out there that won't hesitate to prey on a marmot. Or you. I'll search the trees to the west. The eastern part of the forest is all yours. Good luck. We've got people just out crafting already. It's been like 4 days. Hello there, troll. Holy shit. There. Chirp! Squeak! No, come back here. Barely have you readied the sack when the grizzled mouse scampers off into the underbrush. Summoning Glenn. He's from Göteborg. There. Squeak! The rodent nimbly evades your grasp before once more disappearing into the trees. Up there is the ether thing. But I guess that's where the marmot is as well. Chirp! Get into the goddamn sack! Squeak, squeak! More prepared for its speed this time, you succeed in closing the sack over your elusive quarry. Yeah, let's just go back. I could run down there and attune. But I am thinking we're probably gonna head there soon enough anyway. So let's just go back. How did you fare? I tracked down 3 of the pack, which leaves 1 unaccounted for. Ah, there's the odd marmot out. Wait here a moment while I put our friends in a holding cage. Thankfully, the marmots seem to be unharmed. They've held up well in isolation, but it's much too soon to release them into the habitat. It's a good thing we were able to recapture them so swiftly. You have my thanks. What will you do with the marmots now? That's for the Forum to decide. They are the guiding authority behind Labyrinthos after all. And this job was but one small part of this great inventory of theirs. Suitable for consumption and easy to breed. Those were the 2 conditions I was given for the stock I was instructed to procure. I don't know what the Forum has planned for these creatures, but at the very least I doubt they'll be served for dinner today or tomorrow. There you are, Robin. Is this the gleaner you mentioned? The one who was looking for lost marmots? Interesting company you keep, friend. Who are you folk, anyway? I am Cryle, of the students of Baldesia. These others are my associates. Truth be told, the Forum's decisions of late have not sat entirely well with us. That is why we made the descent into Labyrinthos. We hope that by seeing those decisions put into action, we might more fully understand their reasoning. Wise and practical. Never hurts to try and gain a broader perspective, does it? Anyway, duty calls. Other animals to capture and enclosures to empty. Once again, I'm sorry that I can't offer you more for your services. Did you learn anything new from your friend there? I don't think so. I don't remember. What did he say? So we've confirmed that the order for this ambitious operation did indeed come directly from the Forum. However, the Gleaners have not been informed of its purpose. I'd say that fits with everything we've heard thus far. We also discovered when the operation was begun. The Forum contacted the Gleaners' guildship and put their people to this great work, some 4 days after the Telophroi made their chilling declaration. As seasoned travelers, the Gleaners keep abreast of news from every corner of the world out of necessity. Thus am I inclined to trust that their calendar of events is accurate. Altogether, it gives the distinct impression that this undertaking was a sudden and unexpected development. Yet I find it hard to believe that with such comprehensive restructuring of Labyrinthos and its archives could have been planned in so brief a window. Nay, this plan was long in the making. They were but awaiting the right time to put it into effect. And the Telophroi declaration was what set it all in motion. It seems likely, but let us not leap to conclusions just yet. For the moment, I suggest we conduct a wider investigation of Labyrinthos. The more facilities we visit, the more pieces of the puzzle we stand to find. In that case, how about we head to the Archaeon? From there, we can reach the lower... Ah, she's being summoned into the first. It's like super delayed. Kryl, what's wrong? I'm fine, truly. The sudden descent has left me with a bit of a headache, that's all. Nothing that will stop me from soldiering on. Let's be about it then. At least allow me to take the lead. I'm fairly certain I remember the way to the Archaeon. We follow the path east, through the forest where you were chasing after that mouse. Or marmot, was it? Anyway, 'tis the trolls you need to watch out for. How do I do this? There. And, I want to move them. Alright, let's just do this for the time being. Now we walk. Behold, the Archaeon. As Numenon serves as Sharlayan's literary archive, so too does this structure house the city's wealth of material data. The architecture too is similar. This building you see is merely the upper entrance, an access point to the vaults carved into the cliffside itself. Within those vast rooms are stored countless samples and specimens, as well as the detailed records which describe them. In a manner of speaking, the Archaeon contains a physical history of Sharlayan's unwavering dedication to the accumulation of knowledge. Level up! Well, we won't learn anything of value standing out here. Let us proceed into the main building and speak with the custodian. Let's remember to use this thing. I don't know why I even bother like unlocking the chocobo keeps, because you never ever use them for any purpose. It's like if you gotta take a piss or something and you're going somewhere where you can't teleport, which is almost never. That's like the only reason to ever use them. Greetings. We are to peruse the Archaon's vaults. Peruse? You are clearly not gleaners then. Might I ask your affiliation? We belong to the students of Baldessian, but is that relevant? I was given to believe that the vaults, those open to the public at least, were open to the public. Ordinarily, yes, that would be the case. At present, however, access is restricted. Only persons directly involved in the reorganization efforts are permitted to enter. Not us, then. I suppose we had better move along to another facility. This building has a lift which connects to the middle tier, yes? Might we at least make use of that? That service has also been suspended, I'm afraid. For the time being, priority has been given over to the conveyance of inventory. What? So this is as far as we can go? I apologize for the inconvenience. Please come again after our restructuring operation is concluded. By that time it'll be too late. And we were so close to getting answers. We need to rethink our approach. Let us step outside it for the moment, shall we? Students of Baldessian. Okay. We are at an impasse. As we have no other leads, I should like to pursue this one further. But I doubt that our stone-faced custodian will be swayed by heartfelt pleas. We must seek another means to access the lower levels. It is likely that the people in this area are involved in the restructuring in one way or another. If we were to ingratiate ourselves, they might allow us to accompany them on the lift. Let us ask around. Surely someone is in need of a few strong backs to lighten the load. Where are the side quest boys? Hello. What's that? Take you down on the lift with me? Sorry, but not a chance. I've been up and down all day, and only now have I finally found a spare moment to rest. I did see a gleaner fellow heading out the gate there, though, shouldering a large pack, engaged in some manner of task. Maybe he'll be headed down below after he's done with whatever he is doing. There's someone. Am I taking the lift? Oh no, we're just students. They won't let us into the Archaon, even though we found Actually, we have no idea what it is we found. There's no record of such a creature anywhere. But it was wandering around Tranquility, so we thought to donate it to the vaults. Squeal! Squeal! Oddest little squeal, don't you think? Anyway, I suppose we'll have to take care of it until the Archaeum is open again. Tranquility? Isn't that in Grindan? No, that's called Camp Tranquil. Server reset in 5 minutes? What? Are they gonna force me to play Final Fantasy 1 again? You've gotta be shitting me, dude. Let's make another. Can't I make another? There, add new tab. What do you mean you can't add a new tab? Give me my log window back. Where'd it go? Fine, put it in general. System messages. Error messages. I don't see anything about a server reset. But everyone's logging out. I don't see anything. Whatever. We'll see if we get logged out. I am not seeing anything. Looking for. Pack bearing gleaner. Oh shit. There. Quiet, you'll frighten it away. Ah, it's you again. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm in the middle of another task. The cloudkin I need to capture is close. Very close. Well, if there's a server reset, I'm not sure there is a server reset, but if there is one, the queue might fuck us. You wish to help me with this too. You spend your time in unusual ways, my friend. Still, 2 hunters are generally better than 1. Very well. The canal here is a common gathering spot for birds of all kinds, but the one I'm after today is the hornbill. Its feathers are green, and its cry a distinctive caw. Single it out and shoot it with this sleeping dart. The effects are short-lived, so I'll lie in wait down by the riverbank to claim our quarry. Be sure to hit the right one. Oh, cool! Walk, walk! It's that one then. Large screen bird. Oh, cool! Come here. Hi. Whenever you hit something with like sleeping gas or sleeping darts or whatever, they always like curl up and go to bed in like a cozy way. Instead of just collapsing like an idiot.
Nicely done. Let me truss this one up and I'll make my way over to you.
There you are. Any new revelations?
No, but we captured a bird.
So you met with that gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill. I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
Oh, it's a simple thing, really. Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose. Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a cleaner's duties. But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers hand-picked by the Forum. The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth. Those who are, the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation. But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research. I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
What? Why would you say that?
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance. They're comparatively hardy species too, able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the Forum's plans. Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations. Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
That's a lot of assistance, dude.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift. I will of course follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down. This path leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos. While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
You're quite welcome, but consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
Well, turning back is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
What? Oh. Best Paladin stats, go. Direct hit, or I actually don't know about tenacity. But I would imagine tenacity is important. What does determination do? If I'm going to guess, it's tenacity and then direct hit. The thing is, it's more like what pieces you can get. So in some cases you might have to like weigh something above, you know, something else, just because, you know, it has like tenacity. But my guess is that tenacity yes, tenacity is tank only. So it's basically tank determination. But I think it's like this. You probably mainly want tenacity, but at a point, people probably skimp out on a little bit of tenacity for something else because they just don't need more tenacity. That's usually how it is with those kind of stats. But I would mainly go for tenacity and direct hit. And then after that, you take secondarily like determination and crit. Because skill speed and spell speed are really bad for Paladin. So you want those. Like direct hit is always better than crit. And it's probably gonna be better than determination as well. But it's usually like that. So tenacity plus direct hit, and then secondarily crit and determination. My stupid crystal sand made me want to figure this out. Yeah. But what I will say is that direct hit is always priority 1 for all classes. Because direct hit used to be hit rate, right? But they changed that because before, like, it was a miss. You would miss, and that would break your entire chain, your combo chain. It would not apply any effects or anything like that. Like, it would just fuck up everything. So they got rid of that. Now the only way you can miss is if you're lower level than the target. But instead, you can do glancing hits that do less damage. And a direct hit will mitigate that, and it'll give you, like, you get direct hits, they hit better. So you always want to have, like, direct hit mainly. And then crit is usually the go-to stat after that. But since you're a tank, mainly tenacity, then direct hit, then the rest's secondary. Except, like I said, skill speed and spell speed have lessened value for the Paladin because you have both, right? So the spells won't be affected by skill speed, and your attacks won't be affected by spell speed. So because of that, you know, crit and determination are higher value, I would say. So that's it, really. And spell and skill speed, they are mainly not meant to stack for getting more damage. Like, of course they are, but the main reason you want to stack those is to kind of get to like a breakpoint for your class. Like for a monk, you mainly want crit, but you also want skill speed to the point where you can get, like, normally you do the combo that gives you like the damage buff, and then you do the normal combo. But then you have to do then you have to do the combo that gives you the buff again. So you just alternate between the two. But if you get enough skill speed, you can do 2 of the damage combo before you have to do the damage buff combo. Or at least it used to be like that. I don't know how it is now. But that's just an example. For skill speed seems like a materia choice. More or less, yeah. Like you want your main stats on the gear. And the materia is literally for secondary gear stats. Because you can't put like crit materia on a crit item. Unless it for some reason has like a slaughter 2 for crit. Which it usually doesn't. Because they have like stat limits for the item. That's usually how it is. This must be it, the entrance to the mineshaft. It is faint, but I hear something moving within. Creatures home there by the researchers, you think? Well, slavering beasts aside, we'll need to watch our footing. We should tighten our straps and such before we continue. Does that clear it up? Assuming everyone's tightened their straps and checked their gear, then I say we head on in. Given the terrain ahead though, it might be wise to leave some distance between us. We don't want to be stumbling over each other if it comes to a fight. Take it slow, and don't forget to check your surroundings from time to time. We can meet up again at the other end of the tunnel. Mithril cap. Mushrooms. Did I tighten my strap? I don't remember tightening my strap. Oh, he's gonna kill my monsters for me? $1,600 XP. Oh my god, killing monsters is so useless now. Oh man, I'm hyped for Confator to get more steps. Unleashing the Blade Works. The north now. Nah, must be down here then. Let's go and look for it. Probably over here. There it is. I just figured this is when we're supposed to grab it. That mineshaft was infested with mithril caps. Some sort of research project, I wonder. I suppose they are a most unusual creature. Why did they develop such long limbs when all they do is shuffle about narrow tunnels? Robin, did you know Kryle almost took a tumble back there? She can't possibly still be dizzy from the lift. I was being careful, I swear. That slope was steeper than I thought, and I lost my footing for a moment, that's all. I'm not injured, and if you don't count my pride. No, if you don't count my pride. Everyone seems to have made it through without incident. Nothing of consequence, at least. And as promised, the tunnel has delivered us into the medial circuit. As I recall, this here is where they keep a wide variety of samples for agricultural production. If Erenville's assumptions holds true, that specimens are being collected in preparation for a great migration, then we should see evidence of such plants in the area's research projects. Let's follow the path to the nearest farming facility and see what we see. Kill my friends. Oh! Small, helpless creatures to kill. One more. No, don't come here. Stray tomatoes? It's probably up there. Stray garlic? Stray queen? The hell is a queen? It's gonna be up there. Down here. There. I wonder how much Sheltron actually heals. You will allow that Shoko heal to run out. 2,400. 1, 2, 3, 4. Heals 10,000. Aha! I know where we are. This is Marion Agronomics. Labyrinthos is host to a wide variety of vegetation, which allows us to conduct studies on cultivation methods utilized in foreign lands. And it is this facility which coordinates and oversees those efforts. The fruits of the research go to feed their Labyrinthos colleagues, or so I hear. Notable successes might make it to the Agora. Foods so exotic you would be hard-pressed to guess their origin, let alone how they might taste. Indeed, mystery vegetables without a name, only a list of nutritional benefits scribbled on a card. I see no gleaners hereabouts, yet these workers seem to share that same sense of urgency. 'Tis possible they know something of the forum's plans and their underlying motivations. Worth looking into, wouldn't you say? I don't think we're allowed here. Should we go around talking to people randomly? See what you can coax from the workers. The rest of us will do the same, or cast about for useful clues. Jeb! It's Jeb! Oh, hello there. We weren't expecting visitors, not with the use of the lift being restricted. How did you make it down here anyway? The mine shaft, you say? Well, you're a much hardier soul than I. Under normal circumstances, I'd reward such tenacity with a guided tour of the fields, but I'm afraid the forum has us filling orders, lists a mile long. Massive yet detailed requests. Literal wagon loads of crop samples, and hardly any time to put them together. When I first heard of this grand reorganization, I assumed we would be shuffling around old stocks to make room for the new. Then came the orders for ridiculous quantities of seeds we've already thoroughly researched. Passing strange, eh? I pressed for an explanation and was met with vague assurances that all would be revealed in due course. Not the most satisfying answer. What crops are we raising? Well, as you can see, this one is a variety of grape. Only needs a good source of sunlight to grow, and the conditions here are nothing short of perfect. Hardly surprising given that it's native to a particular locale in the very place upon which Labyrinthos was modeled, a region in the south of Ilsebard. It boasts remarkable habitat diversity, allowing for myriad flora and fauna to thrive. Chilly peaks in the north gave way to swaths of temperate plains, which in turn transition into a hot, humid coastline. Such bountiful territory is ever contested as you might expect. Used to be called Corvus before the Imperials renamed it Locus Amoenus. The Forum saw it not as a prize, however, but as a researcher's ideal environment, one whose climates we strove to recreate within the confines of Labyrinthos. It seems provided a rich foundation for countless experiments in cultivation. For many years I have poured my energies into developing a more bountiful crop. My life's goal is to produce a seed from which both a popoto and tomato will grow. Ah, a man can dream. It sounds like an abomination, dude. Just... Oh. Do I have aught to be taken down below? More than I can carry, and then some. Most of our stock is sent off via the cargo lift, but some has been earmarked for aerial transport. Hence the stack of crates atop that hill over there. Gods, hauling the lot up that slope was a job and a half. The stack of crates on the hill is going below. That sounds promising. I'll gather the others and join you there. Dude, angry tomatoes trying to kill me? What the hell? The labels on these crates tell the story of their contents, bundles of common seeds and saplings, accompanied by sheaves of reports.
Hard to look away, isn't it? But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion. You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true. This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders. Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change colour. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy, dark subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Charlian at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect. And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin. To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration. As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
Have you learned aught of interest?
Yeah, it's completely unrelated, but some
A
cool
flower
flowers.
that reacts to one's feelings. Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we fail to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly. Isn't that the entrance to the Archaeum? Look, there. I think that's Erenville.
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member, or at least a close associate?
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice. If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
Nay. I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions. And no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
It might be best if you came along as well. In fact, we should all... Cryo?
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
I'm glad you agree.
He's certainly not in a hurry.
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him.
Almost. I can almost reach you.
I think she has probably had her connection to Heidelin either severed or like temporarily broken. So they were experimenting on her. Is Kryl still feeling unwell? I've never seen her so distracted. Keep an eye on her, but keep moving too. We cannot let our quarry slip away. Erenville was headed westwards along the path outside the Archaon. Come, we can still catch him. To the west. I don't think we can go all the way down there to get that. It's probably... Yeah, it's down there. Probably on the pier or something. Wait, what the hell? Hold a moment. I have an idea. If memory serves, that colossal wall-like structure is Logisticon Beta, one of Labyrintho's climate control centers. It should have its own lifts, with which one could access the upper or lower tiers. Aye, if I were an agent of the Forum, it would make for a convenient meeting place. But even if we happen to find Erenville in the company of said agent, we cannot expect them to reveal issues of import, as we nonchalantly stroll past. Alright, dude. Good night. Nay, we shall have to remain undetected. If only Gra and his vanish spell were here. Oh, but there are other ways of turning invisible. Hoppity hop, my little toads. Ah! Goodness! Unaccustomed to transfiguration. Worry not, it will wear off with the passage of time. I suggest you and your green companions hop along and catch up with Erenville. Should you feel the magic's fading, return to me and I will refresh the enchantment. And what am I to do in the meantime? Wait here with me. In your current state of mind, you would be as likely to leap into the jaws of a predator as you would learn anything of note. Which reminds me, where are the creatures hereabouts? In that form, you are essentially defenseless. Where are frogs? Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit! Alphitoad and Alitoad are now accompanying you. Keep them at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. Bang, 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 bang. So we can only be within that area, I suppose. Just follow the road. There's nothing there. Discuss your surroundings. Ribbit, 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 ribbit. Alitoad turns to face the north. Perhaps she is suggesting you cross the bridge. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Alphitoad attempts and fails to shake his head, but you nevertheless understand that he is telling you this is the wrong way. What? Clearly it's not the wrong way. Just need to go around without getting killed by a buffalo who hates toads. Are we even toads? Look like frogs to me, dude. Ah! No!
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work. So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, The Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Sharlayan scholars, and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
In an age long past, Sharlayan was charged with a momentous duty. And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge. I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the Forum.
There are no frogs here. He knows that. Or are we on the list?
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full.
Yeah.
While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart. Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
Wait! How did you know it was us?
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
I suppose we should have known a gleaner who specializes in animal procurement would not be so easily deceived. Yet he seemed inclined to put his trust in us all the same. More importantly, perhaps, we have discovered a new piece of the puzzle. This momentous duty the Forum agent mentioned. Sharlayan has been called to action, and the Telophoroid's declaration was the catalyst. Whatever charge it is they hope to fulfill, they deem it of sufficient import to disrupt all of Labyrinthos, not to mention ignore Eorzea's request for aid. What duty could warrant the direct involvement of the Forum and the commitment of all its resources? Judging by what we just heard, none of the Gleaners were offered any kind of explanation. At this point, it seems abundantly clear that we'll learn nothing new by pressing them further. We should head back to Y'shtola and Krile for the moment, see what they think of this. The southwest. There. .300 to the southeast. So that's back down where we saw before, where we couldn't get to. Yep. Where's Kyle? Welcome back. I trust you found Erenville then? Interesting. I had a feeling you would learn something important, even if that something was simply a confirmation that no one knows much of anything. We should share this with Kyle, then discuss how we'd like to proceed. Assuming we find her back at the farm. She was still behaving oddly, so I bade her return and rest there. Perhaps not the best decision in hindsight. Would you mind checking near those flowers she was so entranced by? The rest of us can survey the more distant areas, just in case she decided to wander. Where were the flowers? Oh, I see a quest we have to do. Here, perchance? Yeah.
For you. The spell will keep it from wilting. She said you would need it for the journey ahead. Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
Thank you. Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment. Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance. Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment. It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest. After Minfilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wished that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well. Her, and another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you. Take the flower, walk free, for you are free, to go where you wish, to believe what you will. will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow. Together, raise it aloft and let it shine, till the end, blinding and radiant.
That was all too brief. Already she seems so far away. My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out. Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first, so weak and tenuous it was. Once I took hold of that wispy thread, imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go. Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower. Yes, we are definitely making progress.
You can't be serious! We've done nothing wrong!
Master Fortuno, what business has the Forum with us?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization. We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian. A group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as Scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities. Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
'Tis not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge, but the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact. With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion. And we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
Nice dress, dude.
What then is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
Graha! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Well, soda. I wouldn't call it a DLC.
Reading
yes.
is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
But maybe that's the boomer in me speaking.
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
This is the middle of the start
Silence is often one's best
of
defense.
Endwalker.
I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse. But enough. This is not the place for debate. The rostra await.
Expansion is the word I would use. But yes.
Forgive me. I was careless.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together. I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
The forum will come to order. This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings. Master Fortuner, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work. They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
Oh, she had to put her
These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large.
It's the first time we've seen her hair.
Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man. Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age-long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Then it seems your findings support my own.
The
reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the Forum's policymaking process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions. At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society. And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd. From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge. The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility. I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene. But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea. You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
Yes, we are bound by a duty we cannot ignore. Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle? We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission not through strife and bloodshed, but survival. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Such misguided zeal.
Father, Master Fortuno. I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me. So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
Want to chain.
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand, By their own admission, these scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches. But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same. Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections. Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given? No. If we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
Order! We will have order! Master Monteshane raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures. Until further notice, the students of Baldessian are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlayan. You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates. Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand. I count 51 for and 48 against.
Oh,
the
shit.
proposal is passed.
He's really good at counting, dude. There's like 99 of them.
Students, scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences. Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
Guy made a nice Civ 5 mod in the form of an elf woman queen from Final Fantasy 14, I think. It's pretty good. I have no idea what person that would have been that they made. But, yeah. Well, at least we've been allowed to remain in the city, and our endless investigations have not been in vain. We now know that this mysterious duty of theirs began with whatever the Forum discovered in the ethereal sea. With our freedom so sorely curtailed, however, we will struggle to learn aught more of substance here in Sharlayan. The overall picture has grown clearer, yes, but that's in spite of the Forum being so maddeningly vague about this duty of theirs. Why are they so reluctant to explain their actions in plain words? Survival come what may? Is father's work so vital that it takes precedence over his own family? Alphino? Alice? It is you! When I heard you'd been dragged before the forum, I came as swiftly as I could. I am so very glad they allowed you to stay. Mother? A millions levure at your service. And you fine people must be the scions of the seventh dawn. How lovely it is to finally meet you. Mother, please! We don't wish to make things difficult for you. If word reaches father that you were here... Oh, bother that. Am I to be chastised for speaking with my own children? I am well aware that you and Master Fortunault are not on the best of terms at the moment, but I've been absolutely desperate to see my darlings again. You will come by the house, won't you? I have gifts waiting. The timing couldn't be better. As matters stand, we shan't be going anywhere until we discuss matters with Thancred's group and reconsider our options. Go, visit your home. We will be back at the annex when you are ready to rejoin us. I'm not sure Robin, what do you think? Robin? The Robin here? What a splendid day this has turned out to be. Champion of Eorzea, I insist that you join us. Okay. But we must be quick about it. Not for my own benefit, but should my husband return and find you enjoying our hospitality, the servants will be made to suffer the consequences. Robin, if you would be so kind as to escort my children to the estate. And then she was gone, and with her any opportunity to protest. Indeed, the matter is settled. Enjoy yourselves, you three. I apologize. My mother is not one to take no for an answer. Still, I am glad, relieved even, to see her in such high spirits. What say you, Robin? Though it seems we shall have little enough time to enjoy it, will you accompany us on our visit home? Fine. If we're going, then let's get it over with. But be sure to stay in the entrance hall. No peeking into our private chambers, thank you very much. Why ever not? Your room was always perfectly neat and tidy. Everyone has things they'd rather keep to themselves, don't they? Cherished mementos you couldn't bring yourself to throw away. Childhood toys. I mean, never mind. Levier Estate is that way. Straight down the stairs. Come on. When Alisai and I were little, this bridge was as far as we were permitted to wander alone. I say alone, but my mother or a servant was always somewhere nearby, keeping a watchful eye. And now look at us, traveling to different continents, different worlds even. As children, Alphenai and I would often wait here for our father to come home from work. It must have been a day when his meeting ran long, because I remember growing restless and leaning out over the railing to watch the water rush by. Father, of course, arrived at that exact moment, came pounding down the path in a panic, crying out my name. After all we've been through together, 'tis strange to be here with you now, to come full circle and see how much has changed. The Vieur Estate is on the northern part of Journey's End, just down the stairs. Oh, and please don't make a fuss when we get there, it's only a house. Well, there's something to talk about. We used to come here all the time with grandfather. In summer, I would dip my hands and feet in the fountain and splash about. Not Althina, though. Even back then, he wasn't very fond of playing in water. He'd make any excuse to avoid it, which would explain how I came to swim like an auk and he sink like a stone. Oh yes, this is where I first practiced magic on an actual person. Alisai had fallen, you see, and scraped her knee quite badly, so I tried casting the simple restorative spell I had only just learned. How she smiled when the wound closed, the joy and relief. That was, I believe, the very moment I chose the healing arts as the main subject of my studies. And here you are at last. Please do come in.
Welcome home, my lady.
Why do you need like 12 servants, dude? Come on.
What? What are you gawping at?
Scion headquarters must seem squalid indeed.
I'll have you know I'm quite fond of the Rising Stones.
Lord Fourcheneau is not to hear of this visit. And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
New clothes!
As you wish, my lady.
That's what they're gonna get.
Master Alphino, Mistress Alice, if you'd accompany me upstairs.
We shan't be long.
The twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures. I am sure they withhold certain details, of course, if only to keep me from worrying. Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations. Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid. The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. It is clear that they have come to find value in every experience. But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name.
I have 2 stalkers.
'Tis plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them. Under normal circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas, these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits.
Sure, I can tell you about that time I killed God.
When you mentioned gifts, I wasn't sure what to expect. Mother,
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
Why does she have weird things on the side of her shoes?
It's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alphino.
Naturally.
You are hardly little children anymore. And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become. See for yourself.
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
I am so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
If you would allow me, Master Alphinaud.
Wait. Are these...
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father. Though he may as well be chained to his desk these days, as a student he was often called upon to venture into the field. He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless. Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now. And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry.
Wink.
I am told these devices are quite difficult to master, but someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb. May the wisdom in that crystal serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
We will, Mother. I promise.
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion. Firstly, Fortunato has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work. I may not know the Forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance. Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words. Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
Oh, Mother.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
Thank you for indulging Mother's request. I can see it meant a lot to her. And I shall refrain from inquiring as to the contents of your private conversation. Our visit was all too brief. For now, however, it will have to suffice. as will these tokens of home that we carry with us. These gifts to help us remember who we are and whence we came. But enough sentimentality. Let us return to the annex and rejoin our companions. Notably higher resolution on everything. Now before we do this, I am going to the bathroom. Yeah. Enjoyed your time with the Levieurs, I hope. I would ask how the twins fared, but their new outfits tell the tale. I only hope that we can help them to reconcile with their father, that they might return home one day and with their heads held high. In the meantime, we edge closer to the secret the Forum strives to hide, and the flower bequeathed to you by Heidelin is sure to guide us going forward. I am confident that once we've heard your report from Thavnair, we'll be well equipped to plot our next move. Yeah, we have to save the elephants, goddammit! Since there has been progress in both investigations, shall we share the findings from our respective locales? It's gonna be so weird to play a Lalafell. You're just looking up at everyone all the time. Kind of fun though.
Your time in Thavnair has certainly been eventful. In my opinion, carrying out Vitra's request and assaulting the Tower of Zot should be our highest priority.
I agree. While I still have questions concerning the Forum and their grand undertaking, we have all but exhausted our avenues of investigation. Simply pressing them any harder on the subject will almost certainly result in our expulsion. Therefore, I suggest we explore the ethereal sea connection by way of a letter to Master Matoya, then make our way to Thavnair.
I wonder, even with the protection these talismans afford us, what can we hope to achieve once inside the tower? According to Orenvold and Frodola's report, they were unable to free the Emulger. Worse, their attempts triggered the tower's defenses, which led to a summoning of Luna Afrit.
What does it tell us that the Spires even have such defenses? Simply pulling a prisoner from the wall is fatal, thus the direct approach is doomed to failure from the outset. Any further measures to dissuade such actions seem unnecessary. Unless, of course, there is a way to free the prisoners without killing them. Then it stands to reason that any intruders will be met with overwhelming force.
The
towers appeared throughout the world in but the twinkling of an eye. 'Twas by magical means these structures were raised, I surmise. A spire thus conjured must needs be maintained, and I suspect an arcane catalyst, some manner of core, doth lie hidden within. Destroy the core, and the tower ceaseth to be, thus liberating the captives without harm.
They're gonna fall like 30 meters to the ground.
So we can hope. And I would prefer to enter the tower with a working theory than with no plan at all.
Assuming Ishtola's reasoning is correct, the chances of the defenses remaining dormant are small to none. Any primals will have to be dealt with, and defeating one will likely only lead to the summoning of another. Our every victory will only compound the prisoner's suffering.
May we not then divide our forces? Those proficient in healing will focus on sustaining the captives. That duty can be covered by Urianger, Cryle, Yostola, and myself. The remaining scions will proceed with the search for the core. Admittedly, this strategy puts both parties at greater risk, but it should bolster our chances of saving the Arcosodra by a considerable margin.
Are you sure Alphino is in the right group?
If you're to fight primals, then you'd best have at least one healer with you.
And I am more than happy to fulfill that role. I found wielding a sage's armament to be rather intuitive, and look forward to testing them against a more challenging foe.
Yeah, first time Sage. Sorry.
It seems we have a plan. All that remains is to carry it out. I will inform Rads at Han of our movements, so let us make our preparations and regroup near the tower.
Please no big pull.
The military post in what's left of the Hamsa hatchery should serve as a convenient staging point.
That sounds perfect. And remember, the experimental aetherite at the confluence is there for those who need it, so there's no excuse for being late.
Second. There? Oh no, we didn't do the last quest in there, but it doesn't matter. There was that flying quest. We were banned from there anyway, so it doesn't matter. I'm guessing it's dungeon time. Ah, our friend of Eorsia. We've been expecting you. You and yours will lead the mission into the tower, I'm told. Warding scales will be delivered soon. Till then, please stand by at the boat we have ready. When your fellows arrive, I will direct them to join you. We pray for your safety and success. As usual, we'll do the dungeons and whatever with the trust party first time. It's slow, but I kind of prefer it that way. If this is the future of Aetheryte travel, I think I'll stick to boats. No warning, however, emphatic could have prepared me for that. On account of which we are a little late, but fighting it. Mostly. My friends, permit me to thank you for accepting this mission. You must be... should we still call you Arshan, I suppose? Indeed, it would not do to confuse our soldiers. Very well then. For our part, we are humbled that you should see it fit to entrust us with your warding scales. Please, convey as much to His Excellency. One for each of you. Please, accept them with my blessings. Our thanks. With these, we can go anywhere with the... We can go anywhere those with the blessing of light can go. Not only for this operation either, but for all the ones to come. We can finally break your monopoly on primals. In that case, they're all yours from now on. But I'm afraid we can't let you retire just yet. You're the Scion's brightest star, after all. If everyone is amenable to it, let us review the strategy for good measure. As previously agreed, we will divide into two groups. Robin and his band will break through the tower's defenses and locate its core. Meanwhile, the rest of us will tend to the prisoners, who will doubtless want for healing due to the duress of repeated summonings. The primals which the tower bringeth forth shall be deities of Thamnarian myth. As we have no prior experience with such foes, pray exercise the utmost caution when confronting them. We commence the operation at your word, my friend. For the people of Thamnair, nay, the entire world, we must prevail. It's only one party. Alphino, Alistair, and Estidian. Hers this armor, blessed with Ratatasker's power, and now Vritra's scale. Much has changed for dragons to show me such favor. And with Nidhogg with me, in spirit and in hand, no obstacle will bar our way. My warding scale is safely tucked away. I'm ready when you are, Robin. I may not be the Azure Dragoon, former or otherwise, but I guarantee that I'll give as good as it get. I'll give as good as I get. I may have taken up new arms, but my role is unchanged. I am a healer, through and through. Yet in knowing who once wore this sage's mantle, I wonder, when all is said and done, will I look back on the battles I chose to fight with pride? First dungeon. People said it was pretty hot. Let's see if that was too much of a spoiler. This is Final Fantasy V song, I think. A foul place this. Let us proceed with caution. They seek to bar our path. The only way through... The only way is through. You could have learned to AoE, right? That would have been okay with me. Who's... Oh, we have all... They're all here. That's why. It's like insane amounts of blinking. And nothing is happening. Ah! Jesus.
You underestimate me!
Oh gods, poor Nidhana. We'll free you from this place, I promise. Oh, there she is.
This will hurt.
You can stun him. I kicked him in the ankle and then he got stunned.
You underestimate me!
I sense a great surge of ether, as if a summoning hath begun. Yep, this is what I thought. Look, those beastly masks. It's the Mansuya come to life. The Manusia. We will focus on sustaining the Arcasadam. Whoa! It's Cindy, Mindy, and Sandy. The rest of you must keep going onwards and upwards. They seem to be doing a little bit of AoE now. They're really bad at it still, but they are doing it. Right? Like that was an AoE. And the Dragoon dive. Skyfire dive or whatever, that's also an AoE. Man, the Dragoon is never really nice. I've kind of been neglecting it, but it's probably one of the cooler classes.
This will hurt.
underestimate me.
First boss. Mindurua. Smindi. Be gone from our tower. Oh shit. Holy shit, just spamming like crazy. Behold our ingenious magics. What does that mean? It's pointing me there. Why? Oh, okay. You're not supposed to stand there. That's where it starts. Tropado. Dance, dance, dance until death claims you. Oh, that was how fire worked. Transmute Blizzard. That's Blizzard. That's Bio. So you have chosen defiance. Yep. I didn't think you would kill him. I'm assuming they're the first trial. Either that or you fight all three of them later. In here. Tempered Imperial. That's so Lovecraftian. They've got tentacles. That is what Lovecraftian means.
You cannot stop us!
Oh, we gotta look for treasure chests. It's like they've got an execute. Like they do nothing, and then when the enemy reaches a certain threshold, they just like delete them. But I think it's just time-based. They just have cooldowns. When are they going to start basing expansions on Final Fantasy VII or something so that it becomes like super obvious? Like both 7 and 8, they kind of wouldn't fit. They've already used Eden though from 8, but that's about it. That's just one obscure reference to like a secret endgame summon, and that's it. Haven't found a chest yet. Hey. Why they would have treasure coffers in here though, makes no sense. Choker of Healing. Sanduruwa. Mandusia Berserk. Oh, what are you doing? Where are you going? Okay. Okay.
You underestimate me.
I didn't do anything. Oh, okay. No, I'm stopped. Ah! Alright, you shouldn't stack there. She does that on everyone afterwards. Manusia Confuse. Illusory magics? How did you know?
This will hurt. You cannot stop us.
Spread out, gang. But they don't. They just stack together. This is not that big of a deal. There we go, confuse again. You have to look for the one that starts casting out something, I guess. One. If I alone cannot expel you. Yeah, it's as I thought. Last one's gonna be all of them. Someone needed more training with the spear. Okay.
You cannot stop us! Got you!
I have you now.
You're mine!
You underestimate me.
Zot Road. No, I said come here. Don't drive away. Come back here. Pending. No. Of course not. Why do you have gunships inside? How does that make any sense? Slaying, for fuck's sake.
You underestimate me!
I don't know, but they feel kind of faster, like stronger. They kill things faster. Come on, over here. Can't see shit.
You cannot stop us!
I almost skipped the cutscene. No matter the cost, we must protect the town. Harbingers elect the Mega Sisters. Would have been quicker to fight all three at once. Please don't tempt me like that. Oh well. Samsara. I guess we will end up fighting Velocity Trial. Then face the full wrath of the mates. I am with you, sister. Never mind. There they are. Insatiable flame, consume our foe.
Let's give them a show!
Whenever there are multiple bosses, I always treat them like you're supposed to kill them all at the same time. By default. Mansuya Faith. Glacial ice entomb our foe.
Underestimate me! This will hurt.
Thunderous tempest, smite our foe. It's just huge amounts of RNG where it's landing, I guess. Oh no! Did I miss a stack?
With heart and speed! All or nothing!
Let's give them a show!
Two down.
You underestimate me!
That was pretty cool. What did who? Boy, that's not what we want. From what I can tell, the summonings appear to be over. They were nimble fighters, I'll give them that. That seems to have been the limit of the tower's defenses. No belief is sacred to these Tolophoroi. Oh, and it was just some bot spam. Had bot spams all day.
Is everyone all right?
We fortified the captives with what magics we could. Have the defenses been disabled? All appears quiet for the moment.
The lower floors were disturbing enough, but this place feels wrong. The ether is heavy and thick, like wading through a quagmire.
I believe we stand in the tower's beating heart. What sayest thou, Stola?
I see it. Ether siphoned from the land runs up through the spire, flowing to a single point. This is the core we seek.
You think?
Yet something is off. As large as this structure is, it siphons far more ether than is required to sustain it. 'Tis as if the core is feeding on the energy, consuming it. I need to take a closer look. Curious. There is something there embedded inside the core. A man's limb.
This is what we came to destroy?
Yes, if you would be so kind.
Could have just thrown like a fireball at it or something.
And that should be the end of it.
Well, you did say that it was gonna disappear.
What now?
My theory that the tower might come crashing down following the core's destruction doth appear to be correct.
Thanks a lot.
Bully for you! And how are we supposed to survive the fall?
What of the prisoners below?
The floor beneath our very feet dissolves. Brace yourselves!
I pray I'm not too late.
There's so many elephants. Where did they come from? Like,
What happened? Where are we?
By my reckoning, we're still on the island where the tower stood. But 'tis as if it never existed. Hardly a scratch. But how?
Graha is dead.
Graha wove a levitation spell at the last moment. Large enough to catch everyone, it would seem.
That explains the lack of obvious injuries.
The expenditure of so much ether has taken its toll. He will need plenty of rest, but should otherwise be none the worse for wear.
Then the immediate problem is what to do with our new friends here. They'll be much changed for their time in the tower. Even if their bodies are intact, I doubt we could say the same for their minds.
Angelo and I will take care of that.
There are like 400 elephants!
I have every faith in you, Alize, but there are just too many for you to treat alone.
We'll send at once to Eorzea for more porksies, and call on the local mages to lend a hand.
Hail, Scions!
She did say Angelo.
We were watching the tower. when
I
it simply
doubt that.
disappeared. What happened here?
The threat is banished.
Who the
and
fuck's
my people
Angelo?
delivered. They are, however, in need of treatment, and we of a secure locale and helping hands to assist us in its provision.
You shall have all this and more. Come, let us convey these unfortunate souls to the city.
Could be. It's a Final Fantasy VIII reference though, but Final Fantasy VIII came out in like 1998 or something. 99. JoJo came out way earlier. So it might be a JoJo reference in Final Fantasy VIII. It could. I don't know. But in here, it's a Final Fantasy VIII reference. The liberated prisoners are being transported to Ratzat Han for treatment. Alizé and Yestola will oversee the administration of the temporary treatment, with support from those who know a healing spell or two. We'll go and join them in the city once you have a moment to catch your breath. One more quest. We'll finish that up. And that'll be it. Had enough rest, have ya? You never were one for being idle. Right. Rashan bade us come to Megaduta at our earliest convenience. The others will join us there once they have finished tending to the prisoners. Ah, wait. On second thought, you and Estinian should go on ahead. I need to make a quick detour by the Great Work. We left Graha in the alchemist's care, you see. Best to fetch him before he's crammed into a specimen jar. Just you and me, then. The guardsman at the gate should wave us through. When we delivered Graha to the alchemists, they were not a little excited. Perhaps it was Nidhana's rescue that brought them joy, but given their fascination with Estinian, I'm not quite sure. Now we go over there. I really liked that dungeon though. It was really cool. The fights were really nice. Yup, 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 yup. A jam. So a giraffe and a camel combined. And they're aggressive. They're really angry. Don't fuck with the jamel, dude. The Jewel of Thevnair will unlock this now, I think. Ah, honored scions, you are free to enter at your leisure. As I cannot leave my post, I'm afraid you must make your own way. Should you require directions in the city, the sentry stationed at the fountain atop the steps should be glad to assist you. Poll, after 23 months of this pandemic, do you trust the medical community more or less? This will be a 7-day poll. Goal is to reach 25,000 respondents. Please vote, like and retweet. More or less? 27,000 votes. 96% less. Though I have been to Razat-Han before, this place is a veritable maze. Rather than risk getting lost, we had best ask for directions from this sentry at the fountain. Lead the way, and don't expect me to ask it to act as your tour guide like certain others. First, we should seek out the sentry in front of the fountain. Name of the fountain? No idea. Do fountains normally have names? Estinian's just a normal person. He's like, what the fuck are you talking about? The name of the fountain? What? My extended family? Yeah. I know that feel. I literally can't have a conversation with a single person in the entire family without getting like mega libtard takes constantly without prompt. It's absolutely exhausting. Ah, Master Rob, I presume. I understand you are here for an audience with the satrap. If you require directions to Megaduta, I should be glad to provide them. The satrap's residence is situated in Dharma, the highest part of Razat-Han. To get there, I would ordinarily recommend a route that takes you by the bazaars in the city's north. Due to the state of alert, however, most businesses are currently closed, and the Aetheryte disabled. As such, I will provide you with an alternate path. First, please ascend the steps next to this fountain, then continue left. There will be more steps, and upon ascending them you will emerge on Paxos Path. Proceed through the large door on the right, and you will arrive at Roveda Fibers. Within you will find another sentry who will give you further guidance. In other words, we head up. Sounds straightforward enough. Looks like some talkie, please. Ah yes, I know about this portal. It leads to a nearby isle, the treasure vault of one of Razat-Han's wealthiest families. They took the god of luck for their guardian, on account of which they occasionally open up a section of their vault. For aspiring treasure hunters who try their own luck, or so they say. There are also coffers hidden across the land that act as portals. Find them and you gain access to the vault. But that's just the treasure hunts. Something to bear in mind in case you exhaust your funds while on the road. It's a troublesome experience, as I can personally attest. You heard the sentry. We head up. Up these steps and to the left. Stairs, stairs and more stairs, that's what he said, yep. Heading to Megaduta, are you? In that case, please follow this hallway to my right and go through the door at the top of the stairs. You'll emerge at the entrance to the airship landing, where another sentry should be on hand to assist you. Incidentally, if you ascend the steps to either side of me, you'll find the workshops of Roveda Fibers, where you're free to observe the artisans. Take care not to lose your way. Did you say to my right? I think so. If you're here for an airship, I'm afraid all flights have been suspended until further notice. The state of alert is still in effect. Perhaps it's for the best. That aside, we're not here for an airship. We have business at Megaduta. Oh, in that case, permit me to direct you. From here, it's quite simple, really. Ascend these steps and then continue straight ahead and cross the bridge. You cannot miss it. I missed this Aetheryte shard, though. What's that? Ah, I remember passing by here with Varshan. The situation being as it was, he regretted not being able to show us the sights. Life has yet to return to normal here, but when it does, you ought to pay another visit. Though the city is confusing, the food is quite good. I am partial to Hamsa myself. The meat's surprisingly tender and flavorful. Squawk, squawk! Apparently, the Hamsa understand English. Some real schmoody rain here. It's nice. Fits this time at least. Greetings and welcome to Megaduta. May I inquire about your business? We are members of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, come at the invitation of His Excellency. Ah, of course, we have been expecting you. I will show you into the audience chamber, if you would please follow me.
Are we the last to arrive? I hope we've not kept you waiting.
Not at all. Your comrade is feeling better, I trust.
Much better, thank you. Harness remedies are certainly potent in more ways than one.
One becomes accustomed to the taste, although I hope you never have cause to do so. Pray, take your ease.
Full glad I am to see you all unharmed.
Valiant scions, for your heroism, you have my boundless gratitude. You cast down that dire tower and set free its hapless captives. You cleanse their souls of its corrupting influence. No words of thanks will suffice. In place of platitudes, I offer a bounty of warding scales.
His teeth are stupid.
Your due reward, along with the goodwill of Radzatan.
I must admit.
Alchemists throughout the land were put to work in the forging of your talismans. The finished ones have been collected, and now await you at the High Crucible of Alchemia. Present this letter when you are ready to take them into your possession.
Did anything happen to it? Yeah, it followed us. We're friends. But it did kind of stop abruptly.
We are humbled by your generosity. Know that the inventive wisdom of Radzat Khan will be vital in restoring serenity to our star.
Every single one of those scales came from you, didn't they? You must still be in such pain.
"'Tis of no moment, a mere annoyance compared to the dreadful suffering inflicted upon this land and its people.
Albeit brief, my involvement in the Dragonsong War afforded me a glimpse of the myriad sorrows which consumed both dragon and man. Though you were half a world away, such tragedies as befell your kin must have affected you deeply. And yet, you chose to live among men.
In the age when that conflict first bloomed, my choice had already been made. In some distant place, man slew dragon, and dragon slaughtered man. Yet no hate could I muster for those smiling faces which did look to me for guidance. Not even my brother's righteous rage could rally me to his cause. I huddled here, secret and still, hoping against hope that which I had built would remain untouched by the chaos and carnage.
Twould seem we share the same desire for peace, great Vritra. To that end, I wonder if we might trouble you with another question. The Telophoroi are intent on recreating the final days, an apocalyptic event which we know to predate the sundering of the star. As the longest lived among us, know you aught of this terrible cataclysm?
Nay. When war and strife drove my sire from his home, he crossed the great expanse with only our unhatched eggs as company.
Like, they're literally aliens.
He
I kind of like
on
that.
a shattered source, its 13 reflections long since scattered beyond the rift.
But then again, that's Godzilla.
Of events preceding his arrival, he knoweth naught, save that which Hydralin hath deigned to disclose.
I see. So again, 'tis the inscrutable Hydaelyn to whom you must look for answers.
No, Godzilla is. But,
Seek you to divine the will of this star? If so, I have a tale which may afford you some small comfort. Tis a story from my youth, many, many years ago. To my sire, I once posed the question, of all the stars in the sky, why didst thou settle upon this one?
King Ghidorah is an alien in Godzilla.
To which Midgardsormr did reply, 'twas the last bastion of hope. He believed so long as Hydaelyn endured, so too might dragonkind. Solemn and portentous were his words. What deeper meaning they held, I could not, dared not pursue. take you solace in the knowledge that whatsoever Hydralin does strive towards, 'tis an ideal which hath earned my sire's conviction.
Thank you, Vritra. You've given us warm reassurance in a world gripped by cold uncertainty.
While I'm sure we all have a great many questions, I think it's time we collect the talismans and be on our way. Our fight against the Telophoroi is far from finished.
We must take our leave, but please do inform us if we can provide any further assistance.
Prithee, a moment. There is one whom my sire hath judged worthy of honor and respect. The one known to men as Eorzea's champion. This hero of renown and rumor, 'tis thee.
Let's see if he shows up. I don't know why he doesn't. Edgar Stormer and I have not spoken with your father in some time.
In accordance with the covenant he forged with Hydralin, the stewardship of this star hath ever been his purpose. Silence in the face of thine actions is the greatest sign of his approval. 'Twas a revelation most pleasing that thou, a child of man, had gained Midgardsormr's trust. But alongside mine elation runneth a rivulet of dread. For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, wheel enmeshed with woe. Amidst this tangled knot thou shalt know no rest. 'Tis an endless confluence of forces, a struggle without surcease.
An endless flow of expansions.
More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence.
Oh yeah, remember Papadimo? He died, by the way. These are all the people who died. Many people have died. Like one person per expansion. I know.
Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation. The hope thou wilt need come the end. Even cowering behind my curtain, I know the suffering of the powerful. I have watched my siblings driven mad by loss.
No, that's literally 4. 5 if you count the base game.
Do I exhort thee to spare no effort to keep thy loved ones safe?
Apologies. We hadn't meant to interrupt.
It's just that we do have a history of suddenly collapsing, and when you didn't follow us out...
Yeah, there's 4.
'Tis I who must apologize. I have detained your champion overlong with idle chatter.
5 with the base game.
Go. At war's end, I pray I welcome thee back into my hall, where together with thy joyful comrades, you may toast your triumph.
They're long though. I mean, all right. I'm gonna accept this completion of this quest. So, what were you and Rita talking about? Nothing. Nothing? Very well, if you say so. The others have gone ahead to the High Crucible. Let's catch up to them. That's where we stop for today. It's half an hour over. We'll see how I do tomorrow. I might start streaming early, but we'll see. Anyway, I'm gonna go and make Korv Stroganoff. So, until next time. Do I know? I have not known what the year calendar is about since Mysteriet på Greveholm. So you can Google that and you can see how long ago I watched the year calendar. Good night.